Hello, friends. Welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain, designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now let's begin. There are spots on this earth, places the maps just kind of skip over. Like they're embarrassed or maybe just scared to admit they exist. Forgotten corners of coastlines, where the wind whips salt hard enough to peel the paint off a boat and the stories off of people. Places where time gets thick, like fog, blurring the edges of things that probably should have stayed buried deep. I used to laugh at ghost stories. Really, I did. Thought they were just tales people told around campfires, ways to explain creaky floorboards or the wind howling through a broken window. I dealt in facts, cold hard evidence, the kind of stuff you can bag, tag, and show a jury. Ghosts? Nah, not my beat. But that was before. Before I ended up at that godforsaken lighthouse on Grimsby Point. Before the fog rolled in and didn't seem to want to leave. Before the whispers started sounding less like local folklore and more like warnings. Now I'm not so sure about anything. I saw things, found things. Things that make you wonder if maybe, just maybe seeing a ghost would be the better option, because what we dragged out from under that crumbling stone tower. Well, sometimes the living are far more terrifying than the dead. Sometimes the monsters aren't hiding under the bed. They're wearing lab coats and smiling while they sharpen their tools. It all kicked off with a phone call. One I nearly ignored, figuring it was just another wrong number or someone trying to sell me something I didn't need. I was supposed to be on leave, finally taking a break from the chaos back in Boston. Had myself holed up in this little rented cabin way up north in Maine, the kind where the nearest neighbor is a grumpy moose and the highlight of your day is getting the wood stove going just right. I was out back, splitting logs, the axe biting into the wood with a satisfying thunk, trying real hard not to picture the faces on those 3 open homicide files sitting on my desk, probably gathering frost and dust back in the city, trying to breathe air that didn't smell like stale coffee and desperation. Then the phone inside started ringing, cutting through the quiet woods like a siren. I let it go a few rings, wiped the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand, but it kept going, insistent, annoying. Finally, I trudged inside, kicked the snow off my boots and picked it up. Yeah? The voice on the other end was like rocks tumbling down a dry well. Rough, low, and carrying a weight that told me this wasn't about extended car warranties. Detective Hayes? Speaking. Though technically I was off-duty Hayes right then. Deputy Reed Harmon, down near Grimsby Point. We spoke, maybe 5 years back? Interpol thing? Organ trafficking network? Busted up near the Canadian border? The name clicked. Harmon. Yeah, solid guy. Old school cop. Didn't say much but saw everything. The case had been messy. International threads. Whispers of shadowy buyers and desperate sellers. Left a bad taste in my mouth. Harmon. I remember. What's up? Everything all right down there? A pause. The sound of wind whistling faintly through the line. Depends on your definition of all right, Hayes. You still, looking for things? Stuff that doesn't always make the evening news? My grip tightened on the phone. That was code. Harmon knew the kind of cases that pulled at me, the ones that fell through the cracks, the ones that were too weird, too dark for the regular channels, the ones that kept me up at night long after they were closed. Always, Harmon. You know that. What have you got? Another pause, longer this time, like he was choosing his words carefully, or maybe just listening to the wind outside his own window. There's a lighthouse, out on the point. Old one, decommissioned years ago. Place has a reputation. A reputation? Locals say it's haunted. Ghost of the last keeper, usual stuff. But that's not why I'm calling. His voice dropped even lower. 5 dead, Hayes. All in the past week. All local folks. My stomach tightened. 5 dead in a small coastal town wasn't just unusual. It was an earthquake. How? That's the thing. They vanished first, Just gone. One day they're having coffee at the diner. The next, poof, no trace. Then, days later, they turn up. Turn up where? Different spots. Behind the old chapel, down by the fish sheds, near the woods. But they all turn up the same way. He hesitated, with something missing. A cold knot formed in my gut. I had a sick feeling I knew where this was going. Missing? Like valuables? No, Hayes. The gravel in his voice got rougher. Organs, precision cuts, neat work, too neat, each one, missing something vital. Kidneys mostly. One guy, his liver, the last one. They took his heart. Silence hung heavy on the line. The image flashed in my mind. Bodies left like discarded husks. Clinical, precise. Not the messy work of some crazed killer. Something colder, calculated. Locals are spooked bad, Harmon continued, his voice barely a whisper now. They're blaming the lighthouse ghost, saying it's come back for vengeance, taking pieces of them. But me, I don't buy it. These cuts, they're surgical, and the timing, 5 people, vanished and returned like clockwork. This feels organized. He let that hang in the air. Organized. Like the case 5 years ago. I think, Harmon said finally, the gravel turning to steel. You might find the truth out here is a hell of a lot worse than any ghost story, Hayes. And I think you're the only one who'll dig deep enough to find it without getting scared off by shadows. The axe lay forgotten by the door. The quiet cabin suddenly felt too small, the woods outside too dark. My leave was officially over. Give me the directions, Harmon. I'll head out first thing in the morning. Getting to Grimsby Point was like trying to find a rumor. It wasn't on any modern map I owned, not even the detailed coastal charts. My GPS just showed a vague stretch of coastline, then static. Harmon had given me directions that sounded like something out of an old pirate tale. Follow the coast road past the collapsed bridge. Turn left at the dead oak with the carving. Keep the sea on your right until the asphalt runs out. Eventually, I had to stop at a dusty, forgotten gas station miles back, the kind where the pumps look like museum pieces. The old-timer behind the counter, roomy eyes squinting at me like I was a tax collector, just grunted when I asked about Grimsby Point. He pointed a crooked finger towards a faded hand-drawn map tacked to the wall behind a stack of ancient oil cans. It showed a jagged peninsula sticking out into the gray Atlantic, marked only with a skull and crossbones symbol, and the words, Grim's End. Helpful. He sketched a rough copy onto a napkin for me, his pencil scratching like mice in the walls. Road gets bad, he mumbled. Fog comes quick. Folks out there, keep to themselves. Best leave 'em be. He wasn't wrong about the road. It turned from cracked asphalt to gravel, then just twin ruts winding through windswept dunes and stunted pines. The air grew heavy with the smell of salt and decay. Radio stations faded one by one into crackling silence until there was nothing but the hum of my engine and the mournful cry of unseen gulls. And then I saw it. Or rather, I saw the town first. Grimsby Point wasn't much more than a handful of gray, weather-beaten shacks huddled together as if for warmth against the relentless wind. One main street, cracked and buckled. A single diner with a flickering neon sign that probably hadn't worked right since the 70s. A bait shop with boarded-up windows. And beyond it all, perched high on a sheer cliff overlooking the churning sea, stood the lighthouse. It wasn't romantic or picturesque like the ones on postcards. This one was stark, skeletal, made of dark, stained stone. It looked like a bony finger pointing an accusation at the sky. Even from miles away, it felt watchful, unwelcoming. I pulled into town just as the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and orange. And right on cue, like someone flipped a switch, the fog began to roll in. Not a gentle mist, but a thick, wet, milky blanket pouring in off the ocean, swallowing the houses, the street, the world. Visibility dropped to maybe 10 feet. The temperature plummeted. The few people I saw on the street, mostly older folks, faces etched with lines like old maps, bodies stooped against the wind, didn't meet my eye. They moved like ghosts themselves, silent, hunched, pulling their collars tight. Oddly, several of them wore thick scarves wrapped high around their necks, even though the chill wasn't that biting yet. It looked defensive, like they were hiding something, or protecting something. They just stared through me, or past me, their eyes vacant, lost in the swirling gray. The whole place felt like it was holding its breath. Harmon met me near the edge of town, by an old, salt-rusted sign that might have once welcomed visitors, but was now just a blank plank. He looked older than I remembered, the lines around his eyes deeper, his shoulders slumped under the weight of whatever was happening here. "Hayes," he nodded, his breath pluming in the damp air. "Glad you made it. It's gotten worse since I called." "Worse how?" "Whispers. Fear. People locking doors they ain't locked in 50 years. Saying the light? The light's been seen again." "The lighthouse light?" He nodded grimly. "Supposedly. Phantom light, they call it. Even though the place hasn't had power in decades. Come on. The bodies, they're keeping them out at the old Henderson place. Mortuary hasn't been used in years, but it's the only spot cold enough and far enough out that folks won't panic more than they already are." The Henderson place was a grim stone building set back from the main road, half hidden by skeletal trees. The air inside was colder than the fog outside, heavy with the cloying scent of dust, formaldehyde, and something else. Something metallic and wrong. 5 slabs, 5 bodies covered in white sheets. Harmon pulled back the corner of the first one, and I had to steady myself. Male, maybe late 40s. Fisherman type, judging by the weathered skin and calloused hands. But it was the torso that drew my eye. A clean, sharp Y incision, starting at the shoulders, meeting at the sternum, and running straight down to the navel. It was stitched shut with thick black thread, sutures that looked almost commercial grade, professional. "Kidneys gone," Harmon said quietly, his voice flat. He moved to the next. A woman, younger, maybe 30. Same incision, same neat stitching. "Liver," Harmon murmured. The third, an older man. Fourth, another woman. Kidneys. Kidneys. Then the fifth. Young man, couldn't have been much older than 20. Tommy, Harmon said his name was. He'd vanished from the docks a few days prior. His incision was the same, precise, almost elegant in its brutality. "His heart," Harmon whispered, his voice catching slightly. "They took his goddamn heart, Hayes." I leaned closer, examining the edges of the cuts. No hesitation marks, no ragged tears. These weren't done in a frenzy or by some backwoods butcher. These were done with skill, knowledge, like a surgeon's work, but stripped of any pretense of healing. This was harvesting, cold, efficient, and utterly terrifying. Ghosts don't use scalpels and commercial sutures. Ghosts don't perform organectomies with chilling precision. Whatever was happening in Grimsby Point, it wasn't spectral. It was brutally, terrifyingly human. The local legend, the haunted lighthouse. It felt like a convenient curtain pulled across something far more monstrous. I needed to see that lighthouse, up close. The path up the cliff was narrow and treacherous, slick with damp moss and loose scree. The fog swirled around me, sometimes parting just enough to give me a dizzying glimpse of the churning gray waves crashing against the jagged rocks far below. The wind howled, carrying whispers that sounded almost like voices, mocking the local tales Harmon had shared. They said the lighthouse keeper back in 31, a fella named Silas Croft, went mad, driven crazy by the isolation, the endless moan of the foghorn, or maybe something darker that lived out there on the point. The story went that during a vicious storm, a phantom storm, the old-timers called it, one that nobody else on the coast remembered, Silas climbed to the top, lit the massive lamp one last time, sending its beams sweeping out over the raging sea, and then threw himself off the cliff onto the rocks below. Ever since, they claimed, the light would sometimes reappear on stormy nights, a ghostly beacon slicing through the darkness, even though the tower had been officially decommissioned, gutted, and left to rot over 30 years ago. A warning, some said. Or maybe Silas, still trying to guide ships away from the treacherous shore, even in death. It was a good story. Spooky, atmospheric, the kind that keeps tourists away and lets a forgotten place stay forgotten. But as I finally reached the flat bluff where the lighthouse stood, its dark stone looming out of the mist like a broken tooth, I saw things that didn't fit the ghost narrative. First, near the cliff edge, almost hidden in the tall, wet grass, was a distinct drag mark. Not footprints. This was wider, heavier, scored deep into the earth, like something bulky and rectangular, a heavy crate maybe, had been dragged from the tower towards the cliff edge. Fresh, too. The disturbed earth was still dark and damp. Then, a little further back, partially concealed by a clump of gorse bushes, were tire tracks, deep treads, the kind you see on serious off-road vehicles, maybe a quad bike or a small utility vehicle. Why would anyone drive an ATV up this treacherous path? Especially near the crumbling cliff edge? It made no sense. Ghosts don't drive ATVs, and they don't drag heavy crates. My eyes scanned the coastline, peering through the shifting fog towards a narrow, jagged inlet nearby. It was a nasty little cove, full of sharp rocks and hidden currents. Definitely not a place where any sane fisherman would try to moor their boat. But tucked back, almost invisible against the dark rock face, I thought I saw it. A flat shape, covered by a drab, camouflage-patterned tarp. Too regular, too man-made to be natural. It looked like something being deliberately hidden. Maybe a small generator, equipment, or something else entirely? I pulled out my notepad, soggy from the mist, and jotted it down. Drag mark, tire treads, hidden object in the cove. These weren't clues about a century-old ghost. These were signs of current activity. Organized, clandestine activity. Someone was using this supposedly haunted, abandoned lighthouse, and they were going to great lengths to keep it secret. The ghost story wasn't just a local legend. It felt like active camouflage. I needed to talk to the living, not worry about the dead. Back down in the suffocating silence of Grimsby Point, maybe someone had seen something they weren't supposed to. The diner was called the Salty Spoon. Fitting. Inside, it was steamy and smelled of fried fish, stale coffee, and damp wool. A few patrons hunched over chipped mugs at the counter, casting furtive glances my way before quickly looking back down. The air was thick with unspoken tension. Harmon had been right. Fear was a tangible thing here. I took a booth by the window, the fog pressing right up against the glass like a curious entity. A young woman with tired eyes and hair escaping from a messy bun came over, wiping her hands on her apron. She looked barely out of her teens, too young for the shadows under her eyes. "Coffee?" she asked, her voice low, barely audible over the hiss of the coffee machine. "Please." "Black. And maybe some eggs?" She nodded, poured the coffee, dark and bitter, and turned to leave. "Excuse me," I said, keeping my voice casual. "I'm looking into what happened to Tommy." I watched her reaction. Her hand froze on the coffee pot. She swallowed hard, her eyes darting towards the other customers, then back to me. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice even more. You a cop?" "Something like that. Just trying to understand." She hesitated, chewing on her lower lip. Then, she slid into the booth opposite me, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "His name was Tommy Jensen. Worked the docks sometimes. Good kid. Quiet. Did he mention anything unusual before he disappeared?" She nodded slowly, her eyes wide with something that looked a lot like fear. Yeah, he did. Said he got a new job, night shifts, up there." She flicked her eyes towards the window, towards the unseen cliff where the lighthouse stood. "Working? At the lighthouse? It's abandoned." "That's what I said," she whispered urgently. "But he said it was cash, good money, just cleaning things up, keeping stuff tidy. Said he had to be careful, keep quiet. Said he was helping make sure they didn't see too much when they came." "They?" I leaned forward. "Who are they, Lila?" I'd seen her name tag pinned crookedly to her apron. Lila flinched. shaking her head quickly. Her eyes darted towards a man sitting alone in the corner booth. He wore a thick fisherman's beanie pulled down low, heavy gloves despite being indoors, and he hadn't taken his eyes off us since I sat down. He wasn't eating, just nursing a cold cup of coffee, watching, waiting. The way he stared, it wasn't curiosity, it was possessive, territorial, like I'd just walked into his private hunting ground. Lila saw me looking. She shrank back, her face pale. I gotta get your eggs, she stammered, practically bolting from the booth. She wouldn't meet my eyes again after that. Later, back at the makeshift incident room Harmon had set up in the back of the defunct town hall, Tommy Jensen's name surfaced again. Harmon pulled out a tattered missing persons file started a few days before Tommy's body was found. Just a standard report, filed by his worried mother. Vanished without a word. Then Harmon showed me the follow-up report, the discovery. Tommy hadn't just reappeared. His body, bearing that same horrific Y incision, heart missing, had been found tucked behind the old stone chapel at the edge of town. Left there like garbage, cleaning things up at the lighthouse, keeping quiet, making sure they didn't see too much. Tommy had gotten involved in something far bigger and more dangerous than just odd jobs. He'd seen something, or known something, that got him killed and harvested. And someone in that diner knew more than they were saying, kept quiet by the silent watcher in the corner. This town wasn't just haunted by ghosts, it was suffocating under a blanket of fear and complicity. I needed proof. I needed to see what was happening up at that lighthouse under the cover of fog and folklore. I spent the next 2 nights huddled on the cliffs opposite the lighthouse cove, hidden amongst the gorse bushes, binoculars pressed to my eyes. It was cold, damp, and miserable. The fog was relentless, sometimes so thick I couldn't even see the tower itself, just the faint, oppressive sense of its presence. The wind moaned, the waves crashed, and the silence of Grimsby Point felt heavier each hour. Nothing moved, nothing happened, just the endless gray. On the 3rd night, my patience was wearing thin. The dampness had seeped into my bones, and the isolation was starting to play tricks on my mind. Every shadow seemed to move. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. I was starting to understand how old Silas Croft might have lost his mind out here. Then, just as the last sliver of twilight bled from the sky and the fog threatened to swallow everything completely, I saw it. A faint, unnatural flicker of light from within the lighthouse tower. Not the big, sweeping beam of the main lamp, but a smaller, greener glow, visible for only a second through one of the upper windows before vanishing. It wasn't a ghost light. It looked electronic, artificial. My heart started pounding. I scanned the water below, focusing on the dark, jagged inlet I'd spotted earlier. And then I saw movement. Cutting silently across the black, choppy water, a small vessel emerged from the thicker fog bank further out at sea. It wasn't a fishing boat. It was low in the water, dark-colored, maybe an inflatable dinghy or a small, rigid-hulled boat. No navigation lights, no engine noise that I could hear over the wind and waves. Maybe electric, or just expertly muffled. It moved like a phantom itself, gliding towards the hidden cove beneath the lighthouse. Adrenaline surged through me. This was it. This was the connection. I scrambled down the treacherous path, moving as quickly and quietly as I could, rocks skittering under my boots. By the time I reached the rocky shoreline near the cove, the boat was already there, nudged up against the rocks, seemingly abandoned. The fog was thicker down here, swirling, distorting shapes. I approached cautiously, weapon drawn, scanning the darkness. Nothing. No sign of whoever had piloted the dinghy. They must have gone up towards the lighthouse, using a hidden path perhaps. The boat itself was empty, bobbing slightly on the swell. Just some damp rope, a faint smell of gasoline, and something else. Tucked under a thwart seat, I found a small, waterproof pouch. Inside, protected by plastic, was a single laminated sheet of paper. It looked like a shipping manifest. Dates, codes, quantities. But the destinations listed weren't towns or ports I recognized immediately. And the descriptions, they weren't for fish or lumber. They were precise weight and dimension figures, alongside handling instructions like temperature sensitive, and biohazard, and the whole thing was written in Romanian. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just some local weirdness. This wasn't Silas Croft's ghost exacting revenge. This was international, organized crime. The precision cuts on the bodies, the missing organs, the sterile sutures. It all clicked into place with terrifying clarity. The trafficking network Harmon and I had brushed up against years ago. Maybe it hadn't been completely dismantled. Maybe it had just relocated, found a new, quieter place to operate, hidden behind a convenient ghost story on a forgotten stretch of coast. Grimsby Point wasn't haunted. It was a processing station, a gruesome waypoint in a chain of human misery. I had to get inside that lighthouse. Now, getting into the lighthouse itself wasn't the hard part. The main door was thick oak, barred from the inside, but years of neglect and salty air had warped the frame. A bit of leverage with my pry bar, a muffled crack of splintering wood, and I was in. The hard part was staying inside. The air hit me first, thick, cloying, a sickening mix of damp stone, sea salt, bird droppings, rust, and something else. Something sharp and chemical. Iodine. Bleach. Like a hospital corridor layered over a crypt. It clung to the back of my throat, making me want to gag. My flashlight beam cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing a cavernous circular chamber at the base of the tower. Dust motes danced in the beam like disturbed spirits. Cobwebs thick as shrouds draped everything. Rusty metal stairs spiraled upwards into the gloom, disappearing into the upper levels where the lamp mechanism presumably was. But the ground floor wasn't just empty stone. There were signs of recent activity, hastily covered, scuff marks on the floor, newer-looking electrical cables snaking along the baseboards, disappearing under debris, and a faint, low hum vibrating through the stone beneath my feet. A mechanical sound, out of place, unnatural. I followed the cables, pushing aside a pile of rotting canvas and old fishing nets. They led to a heavy, square section of the floor that didn't quite match the surrounding stone. A trap door. Old iron ring set into it. It took all my strength to heave it open, the hinges groaning in protest. Cold, sterile air washed up, carrying that chemical smell even stronger now. Below wasn't some dusty cellar or storage room. Steel steps led down into darkness, illuminated by faint, flickering fluorescent lights. And the humming was louder here. I descended cautiously, my footsteps echoing unnervingly in the confined space. The stairs opened into a chamber that must have once been the keeper's wine cellar or storage vault, carved partly from the cliff rock itself. But it had been completely transformed. Gone was the old stone. The walls were lined with gleaming, sterile white panels. The floor was smooth, gray concrete recently poured. Bright, humming fluorescent strips cast a harsh, shadowless light over everything. This wasn't a cellar, it was a laboratory, a makeshift underground operating theater. Steel tables gleamed under the lights, trays laid out with surgical instruments, scalpels, clamps, forceps, looked disturbingly clean, recently used. Industrial-sized coolers and refrigerated storage units hummed against one wall, their digital temperature displays glowing red. Stacks of plastic crates were piled neatly in a corner, some bearing biohazard symbols and labels written in multiple languages: English, Romanian, Russian. My light swept across the crates. Most were sealed, but one near the back was open. Inside, nestled in ice and preservative fluid within clear plastic containers, were human organs, kidneys, a liver, packed for transport. My stomach churned. This was the heart of the operation, the place where the victims from the town were brought, processed, their parts harvested and packaged for shipment via that silent dinghy in the cove. On one of the steel tables lay another laminated sheet, a map, not of Grimsby Point, but of the eastern seaboard of the United States, marked with coded drop points, delivery routes, and contact numbers stretching from Maine down to Florida. This was bigger than I could have imagined. My flashlight beam flickered suddenly, threatening to die. The air felt thick, heavy. Behind me, a soft click echoed in the sterile silence. Then a voice, cold, calm, accented. "Detective Hayes, I admire your persistence, but I'm afraid you've overstayed your welcome." My head exploded in pain before I even fully turned around. Darkness swallowed me whole. I came to slowly, groggily, the coppery taste of blood filling my mouth. My head throbbed with a vicious, pulsing ache. I tried to move my hands, but they were pulled tight behind me, secured with heavy-duty zip ties to the back of a rusty metal chair. My ankles were bound to the chair legs. My vision swam, then slowly focused. I was still in the underground lab. The harsh fluorescent lights seemed even brighter now, reflecting off the stainless steel surfaces. Above me, through heavy metal grates set into the ceiling, probably the floor of the lighthouse main chamber, I could see the faint rhythmic sweep of light. The lighthouse beam. But how? The place was decommissioned. Unless they'd rigged it somehow. A generator? Maybe that's what was hidden under the tarp in the cove. Across the room, leaning casually against one of the steel tables, stood a man. Tall, thin, maybe late 50s, dressed in dark, expensive-looking clothes that seemed strangely out of place in this gruesome setting. He had sharp features, cold gray eyes, and thin lips pressed into a semblance of a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He held a syringe filled with a clear liquid, tapping it lightly with one finger. "You're remarkably resilient, detective," he said, his voice smooth, cultured, that faint European accent more pronounced now. Romanian, maybe? Most local authorities are content with the ghost stories, or perhaps a small, financial encouragement to look the other way. Even federal agents usually heed a warning. But you just had to climb the tower, didn't you? Had to pull at the loose threads. My mind raced, trying to place him. The face seemed vaguely familiar. Interpol watch lists? Black market whispers? Sebastian Creel, I rasped, my throat dry. The name surfaced from the depths of my memory, linked to that old organ trafficking case Harmon had mentioned. A brilliant surgeon, booted from prestigious hospitals on multiple continents for unethical experiments, suspected involvement in the black market organ trade, but he'd always vanished before charges could stick. Creel gave a slight bow, the mocking smile widening. "Ah, so my reputation precedes me. Excellent. It saves tedious introductions." He gestured around the lab with the syringe. "Impressive, isn't it? Prime real estate, remote, inaccessible, and blessed with a pre-existing narrative of supernatural occurrences. Nobody questioned strange lights or muffled noises coming from a haunted lighthouse. Detective. Not fishermen, not coastal patrols, not even customs. It's the perfect cover for logistics." My eyes flickered towards the open crate near him. The one with the organs. Lungs, this time. Pale and fragile-looking in their container. Bile rose in my throat. "The people from the town," I growled, straining against the zip ties. "You took them. You butchered them here." Creel shrugged, a dismissive gesture. "Unfortunate, but necessary. Local sourcing provides freshness and minimizes transportation risks for the initial phase. Think of them as startup costs. Once the supply chain is fully established, we transition to more sustainable sources." He stepped closer, the needle glinting under the harsh lights. "A pity you had to interfere. You could have been persuaded. But now, you've seen too much. This little injection will simply ensure you sleep deeply, permanently." His eyes were devoid of emotion, clinical, like he was discussing pest control, not murder. He was the monster behind the curtain, the cold hand wielding the scalpel. As he raised the syringe, desperation gave me strength. My eyes darted around the room. The open crate of lungs sat precariously close to the edge of the table beside him. A tray of sharp, gleaming scalpels lay just beyond it. An idea, reckless and probably suicidal, sparked in my mind. With all the force I could muster, I kicked out with both bound feet, aiming for the metal chair leg, using it as a lever. My boot connected with the side of the open crate. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The crate tipped, slid, and crashed onto the floor right at Creel's feet, spilling its gruesome contents and preservative fluid. Creel stumbled back, startled, momentarily distracted by the mess. It was the only chance I'd get. Ignoring the searing pain in my shoulder from the awkward angle, I threw my entire weight backwards, slamming the back of the heavy metal chair against the concrete floor. Once. Twice. On the third impact, there was a sharp crack. Not my bones, thankfully, but the rusted metal legs of the chair giving way. The chair collapsed beneath me. I hit the floor hard, the impact jarring my teeth, but the zip ties around my ankles snapped from the strain. My hands were still bound, but my legs were free. Creel recovered quickly, his eyes flashing with anger now, the cultured facade cracking. He lunged for me, dropping the syringe. I scrambled backwards on the slick floor, kicking out, trying to keep distance. My hand brushed against something cold and hard, one of the scalpels that had scattered from the tray when the crate fell. I gripped it awkwardly, the small handle digging into my palm through the zip tie binding my wrists. Creel came at me again. I rolled, slashed blindly upwards with the scalpel. A lucky shot. It sliced across his forearm. He hissed, recoiling, blood welling up. That gave me precious seconds. I scrambled towards the corner where I'd seen a red gasoline can, probably fuel for the generator that powered this nightmare lab and the phantom lighthouse beam. Nearby were emergency flares, part of the lighthouse's old safety equipment, ironically. My hands, still bound behind me, fumbled frantically with the cap of the gas can. Creel was coming again, clutching his bleeding arm, his face contorted in rage. I managed to tip the can, splashing gasoline across the floor, over the scattered papers, the crates, soaking the base of the humming coolers. The chemical smell mixed with the fumes, burning my nostrils. Then, the flares. I grabbed one, somehow managing to strike the cap against the rough concrete floor. It sputtered, then ignited with a harsh, brilliant red glare. "This place is closed for business, Creel," I yelled, and hurled the burning flare into the spreading pool of gasoline. The fumes ignited instantly. Flames erupted, roaring upwards, greedily consuming the spilled fuel, licking at the crates, climbing the sterile white walls. Black smoke billowed, choking the air. Alarms started shrieking, adding to the cacophony. Creel screamed, backing away from the inferno. He looked trapped, panicked. I didn't wait to watch. My priority was the evidence. On one of the less flammable steel tables, away from the main blaze for now, sat a ruggedized laptop and a hard drive caddy. The map, the routes, the contacts, the buyers, the whole disgusting network. It had to be on there. Shielding my face from the intense heat with my arm, I lunged towards the table, grabbed the laptop and the drive, stuffing them clumsily inside my jacket. The fire was spreading fast now, roaring like a trapped beast, the heat becoming unbearable. Metal screamed as it buckled, cement cracked, wires sparked and popped. Escape. There had to be another way out. They wouldn't rely solely on the trap door. The dinghy crew, the deliveries. I scanned the back wall, through the smoke and flickering flames. There, a heavy steel hatch, low down, almost hidden behind a stack of empty containers. A maintenance tunnel? An emergency exit leading out to the cliff face? I stumbled towards it, coughing, my eyes stinging. The handle was stiff, but I managed to wrench it open. Cold, damp, salty air rushed in, momentarily clearing the smoke. It led into a narrow, dark tunnel carved through the rock, my only way out. I didn't look back at Creel, silhouetted against the roaring furnace that the lab had become. I scrambled into the tunnel, pulling the heavy hatch closed behind me, plunging myself into darkness just as something inside the lab exploded with tremendous force, shaking the very rock around me. The tunnel was short, sloping steeply downwards. I half ran, half slid, banging against the rough-hewn walls, the stolen laptop and drive digging into my ribs. Then, light ahead, gray, misty daylight. The tunnel opened out onto a narrow ledge, halfway down the cliff face, hidden from view from above and below. The sea churned violently just feet beneath me. There was no time to think. The fire raging inside the lighthouse base was sending thick, black smoke billowing out from the tunnel entrance behind me. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance. Harmon must have gotten my earlier garbled radio signal before I went in. But Creel's people, the ones who came in the dinghy, they'd be out there too. They'd see the smoke. They'd know something was wrong. I took a deep breath, clutched the evidence tight, and leaped off the ledge into the frigid gray embrace of the Atlantic waves. The shock of the cold water stole my breath. I surfaced, gasping, spitting salt water. The waves crashed around me, trying to pull me under, slamming me against the jagged rocks near the base of the cliff. The lighthouse above was now spewing smoke and flames from its lower windows, a hellish beacon against the swirling fog. The explosion had blown out part of the base, fire roaring within. Through the mist, I heard the sound of an engine, the dinghy, heading back out from the cove, likely alerted by the fire and explosion. Figures were visible, dark shapes against the gray, scanning the water, searching. For me? Or for Creel? They hadn't spotted me yet in the choppy waves and thick fog. I kicked desperately, trying to put distance between myself and the cliff, trying to stay low in the water. My muscles screamed from the cold and exertion, my hands still agonizingly bound behind me. Then, cutting through the fog from the other direction, came the welcome sound of more powerful engines and the sweep of searchlights. Harmon. He'd brought the cavalry. Coast Guard cutters materialized out of the mist like avenging angels, their blue lights flashing, horns blaring. Interpol boats too, faster and more maneuverable. They were converging on the cove, sealing the exit. The smugglers in the dinghy panicked. They tried to make a run for it, heading straight out towards the open sea, hoping to lose their pursuers in the fog banks. And then I saw him. Creel. He must have somehow escaped the inferno, maybe through another hidden exit or before the main explosion. He was in the water too, not far from where the dinghy had been moored, clinging to a piece of wreckage, trying to flag down his escaping boat. But the dinghy didn't stop for him. It sped past, leaving him floundering in the waves, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. He turned, trying to swim towards the rocky shore, away from the approaching Coast Guard boats. He didn't see the reef. A notorious stretch of sharp, submerged rocks just off the point, hidden by the high tide and the churning water. The locals called it Silas's Teeth. Maybe Creel didn't know the local legends, or maybe in his panic, he just didn't care. I saw him cry out, his arms flailing, before a large wave crashed over him, dragging him under, right towards the hidden rocks. When the wave receded, he was gone. Later, much later, wrapped in blankets aboard a Coast Guard cutter, sipping hot coffee that barely touched the chill deep inside me, I watched them pull his body from the water near the reef. His face was frozen in a rictus of pure terror, eyes wide, staring at something unseen. Harmon stood beside me, his face grim. "Reef got him," Harmon said quietly. "Nasty spot." "Yeah," I said, my voice hoarse. "The reef." But looking back at the smoking ruin of the lighthouse, silhouetted against the fading light, I couldn't help but wonder. Maybe Silas Croft's ghost didn't like trespassers either. Or maybe sometimes, the darkness you create just swallows you whole. The lighthouse doesn't shine anymore, not even with a phantom glow. What was left of the structure after the fire and explosion was deemed unstable. Officially, the story is that the weakened tower finally collapsed during a bad storm a few weeks later. Easier that way. Cleaner. Grimsby Point went back to being a place the maps ignore. The fog still rolls in like clockwork, the houses still huddle together, the wind still whispers secrets off the sea. The remaining townsfolk, they don't talk about it. Not about the fire, not about the bodies, not about the boats that came and went in the night. Some faces I recognized from the diner, including the silent watcher in the corner, disappeared shortly after the raid. Gone. Maybe they fled. Maybe they were picked up quietly by Harmon's people or Interpol further down the line. Others remain, their eyes still averted, their scarves pulled tight. How many knew? How many looked the other way out of fear? How many took Creel's money to stay quiet, to help hide the crates, to fuel the generator for the phantom light that kept outsiders away? I suspect we'll never know the whole truth. Some secrets soak into the stones of a place like Grimsby Point, and they don't wash out easy. The hard drive and laptop I pulled from the fire yielded a treasure trove. Names, routes, buyers, bank accounts spread across continents. It was a major artery of the European network, using this forgotten American coastline as a new processing and distribution hub. Arrests were made, labs were raided overseas, and a lot of rich, shadowy figures suddenly found their life expectancies shortened. It made waves, just not the kind that ever reached the public news. The network was hurt, badly, but cut off? Destroyed? No, I don't think so. Operations like Creel's, they're like cancers. You cut out a tumor, but the sickness finds new places to grow, new shadows to hide in. Somewhere out there, right now, there's probably another forgotten cove, another crumbling building with a convenient ghost story, another place where the fog rolls in thick enough to hide the sins of the living. Another phantom light blinking, not as a warning, but as a welcome sign for the traffickers. Me? I'm back in Boston, but that cabin in Maine doesn't feel like an escape anymore. The woods seem too quiet, the silence too loud. I find myself looking at coastlines differently now, wondering what secrets hide just beyond the sightline, masked by mist and folklore. I didn't believe in ghosts when I went to Grimsby Point. I still don't think I saw one, but I learned that some darkness doesn't need spirits. It thrives in hollowed-out people, in desperate places, in the cold, calculated cruelty that humans are capable of. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing isn't the darkness itself. It's the light that pretends to guide you through it, while secretly leading you straight onto the rocks. The light from a place like the lighthouse. I'll be watching the coastlines, listening to the whispers on the wind, because I know they're still out there, and someone has to see them coming. You don't realize how much a silence can scream until you're standing in it. Not just any quiet, no. I mean the kind of heavy, thick silence that presses in on your eardrums after something terrible has ripped through the normal sounds of the world. It's a vacuum where noise should be, and it rings louder than any gunshot, leaving an echo in your soul that doesn't fade. It feels wrong, unnatural, like holding your breath underwater for too long. That night, the sky itself seemed to be holding its breath. It was unnervingly clean, a vast sweep of dark ink without a single smudge of cloud or the friendly twinkle of a star. Like someone had meticulously wiped the slate clean, leaving nothing but emptiness looking down. It made the world feel smaller somehow, pressed under that perfect vacant dome. We were miles from anything resembling a town, out on that lonely stretch of Route 7 they call the Gibstone Pass. Nothing moved out there but the wind rustling through the dry, thirsty brushland and the occasional sway of a few gaunt pine trees that looked like they'd given up long ago. The only landmark for miles was this ridiculously huge advertising billboard, perched on tall steel legs like some metal monster, angled to blast its glowing message at the weary eyes of passing truckers and travelers, and nestled almost directly across from it, throwing a small puddle of lonely light onto the asphalt, was the Whistle and Grind Diner. I remembered the place vaguely. Stopped there once, maybe a year or two back, desperate for coffee on a long haul. The coffee had tasted like boiled regret, and the pancakes had the texture of dried sponges. Not exactly a 5-star joint. But tonight, it wasn't the stale coffee or the cardboard pancakes I'd be thinking about. No, tonight the Whistle and Grind was marked by that screaming silence. A silence born from violence that left no sound behind. The victim's name was Victor Rains, 42. Big shot in the local real estate game. Head of Rains Realty. He was one of those guys carving up the landscape, turning sleepy fields and quiet woods into neat rows of identical suburban houses. Building dreams for some, nightmares for others, I suppose. Making a hefty pile of cash doing it, and you don't get to that level without stepping on a few toes, maybe crushing a few fingers along the way. People like that collect enemies like they collect property deeds. He'd gone into the diner, grabbed some grub to go, probably eager to get back to his comfortable life. But he never made it the few steps back to his car. Somewhere in that short walk across the cracked gravel lot, his future evaporated. Poof. Gone. And the thing that coiled tight in my stomach, the thing that made the hairs on my neck prickle, nobody saw a damn thing. No shadowy figure slinking away, no car peeling out, tires spitting gravel, no frantic witnesses babbling about what they heard or saw, just Victor Rains, cooling on the ground under that blank, empty sky, utterly alone. My phone drilling into my ear dragged me out of a shallow sleep, maybe 2 hours after Rains bought the farm. I was tangled in my sheets, half lost in the yellowed pages of an old cold case file, one of those sad stories about a missing kid from decades ago that just trailed off into nothing. It was Chief Miller. His voice crackled over the line, thin and tight, like a wire stretched too taut. "Jack, you awake?" "Barely, Chief," I mumbled, scrubbing a hand over my face, trying to clear the fog. "What's up?" "Get dressed. Route 7, Whistle and Grind Diner. We got a bad one." His voice dropped lower. "And Jack?" "It's weird." "Weird how?" The fog in my head started to lift, replaced by a familiar, cold alertness. Just weird. Clean. Eerily clean, like it was staged for a damn photograph except for the body. Something feels off, way off. Need your eyes down here, now. That tone. I knew that tone. It wasn't just a homicide. It was a puzzle with sharp edges. The kind that gets under your skin and itches. The kind that whispers strange things in the quiet moments. The kind I hated, but the kind I was apparently good at. The drive out felt longer than it should have. The city lights faded behind me, swallowed by the darkness, until it was just my headlights cutting a lonely tunnel through the black. Route 7 stretched out like an endless ribbon of asphalt unwinding into nowhere. The air grew colder, biting at the edges of the rolled-down window. The silence outside the car was profound, broken only by the hum of my engine. It felt like driving off the edge of the known world. By the time I saw the flashing lights, maybe 4:30 a.m., a thick, clammy fog had crept in from the surrounding fields. It swirled around the emergency vehicles, muting the harsh red and blue pulses, making them bloom and fade like phantom heartbeats in the mist. The scene looked ghostly, unreal. Yellow tape, stark and bright, cordoned off the diner's parking lot, a fragile boundary against the horror within. A small cluster of locals stood huddled on the far side of the access road, wrapped in bathrobes or jackets thrown hastily over pajamas. Their faces were pale blurs in the fog, eyes wide, drawn by the morbid magnetism of flashing lights and the scent of tragedy. They stared, silent and watchful, like spectators at some grim open-air theater. Victor Raines's SUV, a late-model silver beast, sat parked neatly between the painted lines. Doors shut, windows reflecting the swirling lights. It looked completely ordinary, except for that dark, ugly stain spreading on the gravel beside the driver's door. An overturned paper coffee cup lay near the edge of the stain, its lid popped off. The spilled liquid, coffee mixed with cream maybe, looked almost black against the pale stones, like the earth itself had bled. Stepping under the tape felt like crossing a threshold. The air immediately felt heavier, colder. The usual crime scene buzz, the crackle of radios, the low murmur of cops talking, seemed muffled by the fog and the sheer weight of what had happened here. The dominant feeling was stillness, an unnerving lack of disruption. Normally, a shooting scene is messy. Violent death is chaotic. There's usually shattered glass, maybe from a car window or a stray round hitting the diner window. There are scuff marks, overturned objects, signs of a desperate struggle, the pure animal panic of someone fighting for their life. But here, nothing. The gravel was mostly undisturbed, save for the footprints of the first responders and the techs now moving with quiet purpose. No trash cans kicked over. No chairs knocked askew on the diner's small concrete patio. It was clean, too clean. And then there was Victor Raines. He lay face down, about 10 feet shy of his SUV's driver's side door. Not crumpled, not sprawled in agony. No, the word that kept coming to mind was folded, like a carefully folded piece of clothing dropped on the ground. Arms slightly tucked, legs bent at the knee, as if he'd simply knelt down and then gently tipped over. It was chillingly neat. The back of his expensive-looking blazer showed 2 dark, wet patches, blossoming outwards, but even they seemed oddly contained. If you didn't know better, you might think he'd just tripped and fallen asleep right there. Dr. Lena Hayworth was already there, kneeling beside the body like a priestess attending a grim altar. Her face, usually impassive, looked tight, etched with concentration under the harsh glare of the portable floodlights cutting through the fog. She looked up as I approached, her breath misting in the cold air. Even Lena, who'd seen the absolute worst of humanity scrawled in blood and bone, seemed bothered by the sheer tidiness of it all. "Evening, Jack. Or morning, I guess," she murmured, her voice a low rumble. She gestured with a gloved hand, careful not to touch anything. "Take a look, but watch your step." I crouched down, the damp cold of the gravel seeping through the knees of my pants. The air carried a strange mix of smells, the damp earthiness of the fog, the lingering aroma of stale coffee from the spilled cup, the sharp coppery tang of blood, and was that a faint whiff of cordite? Gunpowder? Very faint. "What have we got, Lena?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "2 shots," she confirmed, pointing towards the stains on his back, though the entry wounds were likely on his front. Based on position and the lack of exit wounds I can feel through the clothing, I'm thinking high-velocity rounds. Small caliber, maybe, but moving fast. One looks like it entered just below the sternum, probably center mass. Second one, upper right chest. Tore through vital organs, no doubt. See the lack of blood spatter around him? Minimal external bleeding, massive internal damage. He wouldn't have taken 2 steps. "Struggle?" She shook her head, her eyes scanning the body with practiced efficiency. "None. 0 defensive wounds on his hands or arms. His clothes aren't torn or disheveled, aside from the impact points. Look at his hands." I looked. One hand was still clamped tight around the handle of a grease-spotted brown paper bag from the diner, comfort food clutched in a death grip. The other hand was open, resting near his head, palm slightly up, fingers loosely curled. It looked like he was in the middle of a simple everyday motion, maybe reaching for his car keys in his pocket, or the door handle itself, when the lights went out, permanently. His visible eye, peeking from under his cheek pressed to the gravel, was wide, vacant. His mouth was slightly open, as if caught mid-breath, surprised. Not terrified, just stopped. The techs moved around us like ghosts in their white suits, cameras flashing with quiet clicks, documenting every square inch. The body's position, the distance to the car, the coffee stain's exact shape and size, the pristine condition of the SUV. Every detail meticulously recorded, yet nothing screamed murder scene in the way I was used to. It whispered. A cold, calculating whisper. Later, the preliminary ballistics report came back from the slugs. Lena managed to carefully extract right there at the scene. Military grade. She'd guessed right. Armor piercing, designed to punch through body armor, vehicle panels. Not your average Saturday night special. Firing something like that, even suppressed from close range, it would still make a hell of a crack, a noise that would carry for miles in this stillness. But the diner staff, the locals across the road, no one reported hearing anything resembling a gunshot, just the sirens, much later. That slammed the door on a close-range attack. It had to be a distant shot, a sniper, but from where? I stood up, slowly turning a full circle, peering into the fog-shrouded emptiness. The flat brushland offered no cover. The spindly pines were too thin, too exposed. No elevated positions nearby, no overpasses, no hills close enough for that kind of precision with that kind of round. The trajectory Lena was suggesting, slightly downward into the chest, didn't fit a shot from ground level unless the shooter was practically standing over him, which clearly wasn't the case. My gaze drifted upwards, snagging on the only tall structure around. That damn billboard. It loomed out of the fog, a massive dark rectangle against the slightly less dark sky. Steel legs rooted in concrete, a latticework of metal beams holding up the giant screen. It stood directly across the narrow access road, maybe 50, 60 yards from where rains fell. High up, elevated, offering a clear, commanding view of the entire parking lot. Could someone have been up there? Hidden within the structure itself? The thought sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp morning air. It seemed far-fetched, like something out of a spy thriller. But what else made sense? The angle would be right. The height could help mask the sound, especially with a good suppressor. It was the only piece that potentially fit the bizarre puzzle. But the structure looked solid, undisturbed. No ropes dangling, no ladders propped against it, no footprints in the damp soil around the concrete footings. Still, that nagging feeling persisted. It felt right, in a way nothing else did. Back at the diner, I focused on the cameras. Sal, the manager, was pale and jittery, chain-smoking cheap cigarettes in his cramped back office that stank of old fryer oil and anxiety. He walked us through the security system again. 5 cameras, DVR in the office. Simple setup. We reviewed the footage frame by frame. Victor Raines entering at 9:58 p.m., ordering calmly, waiting by the counter, checking his watch, paying with a credit card at 10:03 p.m., giving Sal a brief nod as he took his bag and headed for the door. He pushed the glass door open at 10:04 p.m. precisely, and then, static. All 5 camera feeds dissolved into a buzzing, rolling gray snow. Not blackness, but active interference. It lasted exactly 5 minutes. At 10:09 p.m., sharp, the images snapped back. The parking lot was empty, bathed in the pale glow of the security lights. Victor Raines was already down, hidden from the camera angles by the position of his own SUV. No car speeding away, no figure running off. Just 5 minutes of digital blindness. 5 minutes. More than enough time for a skilled shooter to take 2 precise shots, confirm the kill, and... what? Vanish into thin air? We widened the net, checked traffic cams again, farther out this time, scanned records for any vehicle reported driving erratically on Route 7 around that time, put out alerts for trucking companies, delivery services, anyone whose dash cam might have caught a glimpse of the access road or the billboard between, say, 9:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. Days went by. Nothing. It was like that 5-minute window existed in a pocket dimension. The interviews with the diner staff yielded nothing more. A couple of truckers finishing meals, paid and left before Raines even arrived. A young couple sharing a late-night milkshake, engrossed in each other. Sal behind the counter. A cook in the back. None of them saw anyone suspicious lurking outside. None heard anything unusual until the sirens started wailing. Victor's phone records confirmed the timeline. A failed outgoing call at 10:02 p.m., maybe to whoever he was meeting, or just checking in at home. Then absolute silence from his device's signal until forensics bagged it. The timing strongly suggested the signal jamming wasn't just for the cameras. It likely blanked out cell signals in the immediate vicinity too. Sophisticated. Targeted. This wasn't random. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was planned down to the second. The precision was terrifying. I kept coming back to the billboard. It dominated the scene, physically and metaphorically. I stood out there again, days later, the fog replaced by a weak autumn sun. I stared up at it, trying to visualize. Line of sight, trajectory angles. It just fit. "All right," I said to my partner, Dave Chen. "Let's assume the impossible. Let's assume the shot came from up there." "How?" "Climb up? Rappel down?" Dave offered, squinting at the massive structure. "Seems risky?" "Exposed." "Exactly. What if they didn't have to climb? What if they were already inside? Or something was?" The idea sounded crazy, even saying it aloud. But the lack of any other explanation gnawed at me. I put in a request, pulled some strings. Got the county works department to lend us their thermographic imaging drone. High-resolution stuff, designed for inspecting bridge integrity and finding heat leaks in buildings. Maybe it could find something else. We launched it in the cold quiet of the next evening. The drone buzzed like an oversized insect, hovering near the billboard, its camera feeding images back to a monitor in our car. Most of the structure glowed a cool blue-green, matching the ambient temperature. We scanned slowly, meticulously, fighting a growing sense of disappointment. Maybe the billboard was just a billboard after all. And then... Chen sucked in a sharp breath. "Jack, look. Top section, towards the north edge." There it was. Faint, but definitely there. A patch of pale yellow against the cool blue background. A residual heat signature. Something inside that hollow steel frame had been warmer than its surroundings not too long ago. Maybe electronic equipment? Maybe something else? It wasn't blazing hot, suggesting the source wasn't currently active, but it hadn't fully cooled down yet. "That's our warrant," I breathed, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Getting the panel off wasn't easy. It was a big, heavy piece of composite material, bolted securely from the inside. We needed a specialized crew, cutting torches, spitting sparks into the evening gloom, pry bars groaning against stressed metal. The tension was thick enough to taste as they worked carefully, trying not to destroy whatever lay behind it. Finally, with a screech of tortured steel, the panel swung outwards on makeshift hinges. Flashlights cut through the darkness inside, and we saw it. My gut clenched. It wasn't a sniper hiding in the shadows. It was worse, colder, more alien. Mounted on a heavy-duty, custom-machined rail system bolted directly to the billboard's internal beams was a weaponized drone platform, not the flying kind. This was stationary, built for stability and precision. A sleek, compact sniper rifle, or rather, the mounting and firing mechanism for one, pointed out through a cleverly disguised narrow aperture we hadn't noticed from the ground. It had a complex scope, wiring snaking back to a control box, and an advanced compressed gas stabilization system to counteract any vibration. It could pan, tilt, and fire with robotic accuracy, all controlled remotely. Powering it? A bank of high-capacity batteries connected to solar panels discreetly integrated into the billboard's structure. It could lie in wait, silent and charged, for days, weeks, maybe longer. But the rifle itself was gone. Just the mounting remained. And the control unit? Also gone. Ripped out. Wires dangled uselessly. Whoever deployed this thing had come back, likely soon after the shot, and retrieved the core components, the weapon and its brain. A chillingly efficient cleanup. But they missed something. Or maybe they left it deliberately. Wired into the Luxcast smartboard's own control system, tucked away near the power conduits, was a small, sophisticated signal jammer. Military-spec broadband interference. We tested its frequency range, powerful enough to knock out CCTV feeds, cell signals, GPS, anything within a 50-yard radius. We dug into the Luxcast system logs immediately, and there it was, clear as day. An anomalous energy surge directed to the jammer, starting at 10:04 p.m. and ending exactly at 10:09 p.m. on the night Victor Rains died. They hadn't just used the billboard as a perch. They'd weaponized its own technology, turning a simple advertising tool into an integral part of a high-tech assassination device. The investigation shifted from the physical scene to the digital realm. Luxcast. Who had access? Who knew the system's vulnerabilities? Subpoenas flew, lawyers stalled, corporate walls went up. It felt like wading through molasses. They were scared. Scared of the liability, scared of the negative press, scared of what we might uncover about their supposedly secure network. We painstakingly cross-referenced employee lists, contractor logs, firmware update records. Hours turned into days, fueled by stale coffee and sheer frustration. We were looking for anyone with the skills, the access, and a reason to vanish or help someone else commit murder. And then, a name surfaced. Kieran Voigt. Not a direct Luxcast employee, but a former senior software architect at Arkmore Technologies, the company that wrote the damn operating system for these billboards. He knew the back doors because he likely helped build them. And Voigt? He dropped off the grid 6 months prior. Completely. No social media, no financial activity, no digital footprint. Like he'd stepped out of reality. A ghost. But ghosts sometimes leave echoes. The jammer. Our tech wizards managed to recover a fragment of a MAC address from its non-volatile memory. A tiny digital fingerprint the cleanup crew hadn't completely scrubbed. It was a long shot, like finding a single grain of sand on a beach. It took weeks of relentless digital forensics, tracing the signal's path through layers of obfuscation, proxy servers, VPNs bouncing from Iceland to Malaysia, finally terminating at a rented server farm in Norway. The servers were registered to a shell company, a fake online business selling artisanal furniture based nowhere real. Designed to be untraceable, but not untraceable enough. Buried deep in the server's fragmented cache files, they found them. Simulation routines for ballistic calculations, drone targeting software tests, and chillingly precise geofencing coordinates mapping out the exact dimensions and target zones within the whistle and grind parking lot. Software fingerprints that pointed back to Voight's known coding style from his Arkmore days. Kieran Voight wasn't the killer. He was the architect of the weapon, the ghost engineer who built the invisible gun and then faded back into the digital shadows. A highly skilled, morally bankrupt tool. So who hired the tool? Who wanted Victor Rains dead badly enough to commission a sci-fi assassination? We circled back to Rains's business dealings, the enemies he'd made, and one name kept floating to the top: David Ward, CEO of Wardstone Properties, Rains's biggest and most ruthless competitor. Ward played hardball, everyone knew that, but the rumors around him were darker. Competitors facing sudden, catastrophic bad luck, fires, zoning issues appearing out of nowhere, key investors pulling out, bankruptcies, always explainable, never provable. We needed a direct link, something solid connecting Ward to Voight or the billboard plot. It felt like we were close, but the final piece was missing. We dug into Wardstone Properties' corporate network, legally this time, armed with warrants covering their communications, server access, everything. And we found it. Not in an email, not in a document, but in the VPN access logs. A single remote connection, logged at 3:17 a.m., 3 days before Rains was killed. Originating from an IP address, masked by the same complex network of anonymizing relays tied to Voight's Norwegian servers. Attached to that session, an encrypted video conference file. Our cyber team jumped on it. The encryption was strong, military grade, but they hammered at it, throwing processing power and expertise at the problem until, finally, it cracked open. Watching the decrypted file felt like staring into the abyss. It showed David Ward, sharp and composed in his ridiculously opulent home office, a glass of something amber beside him. He was talking, calm and collected, to a blank screen, no image on the other side, but the audio was there. Ward's smooth, confident voice, and another voice, flat, synthesized, artificial. Voight, cloaking his identity even further. Ward, confirm the calibration is complete? Synthesized. Voight, affirmative. Target zone parameters locked. System is green. Optimal firing solution calculated. Ward, nodding slowly. Good. Activation window remains the same. 10:04 to 10:09 p.m. Tuesday. Ensure minimal deviation. We need clean execution. Synthesized Voight. Understood. Jamming protocol initiated simultaneously with targeting sequence. Ward, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping. And Kieran, after this one, get rid of the control chip completely. This time. No traces. We learned from the last deployment. Full component retrieval and sanitization. Synthesized Voight. Acknowledged. Protocol updated. This time. Last deployment. My blood ran cold. This wasn't the first time. Rains was just the latest victim of Ward's invisible high-tech hitman. How many others had suffered accidents orchestrated from a distance by a ghost engineer and a weaponized piece of infrastructure? We had him. Nailed him cold. Conspiracy, premeditation, first-degree murder, and a pattern of behavior that spoke volumes. The raid on Ward's estate was swift, professional. Took place just after dawn 2 days later. Rolling green lawns, fountains, a house the size of a hotel. We found Ward in his personal gym, sweating lightly on an elliptical, wearing expensive athletic gear, watching financial news on a wall-mounted screen. He feigned surprise, then indignation, then boredom as we placed him under arrest. The usual bluster about lawyers, powerful friends, misunderstandings. He maintained his cool composure all the way to the interrogation room. Sat there, refusing coffee, looking utterly unconcerned. Until I walked in, slid a chair opposite him, and placed the printed transcript of his conversation with the synthesized Voight directly in front of him on the bare metal table. I didn't say a word, just watched his eyes scan the first few lines, watched the smug confidence drain from his face like water from a sieve, watched his knuckles turn white where he gripped the arms of the chair, watched the flicker of panic quickly suppressed behind his eyes. He knew. The game was up. The invisible killer suddenly felt very visible, very trapped. The trial was everything you'd expect. Media went nuts. Billboard assassin, killer drone, murder by remote control. Ward's expensive lawyers threw up smokescreens, tried to discredit the digital evidence, painted Voight as a rogue actor. But the transcript, combined with the forensic evidence from the billboard and the server logs, was airtight. Guilty on all counts. Life without parole. Kieran Voight remains out there, a digital ghost. Maybe Ward arranged for his permanent deletion. Maybe he's sipping cocktails on a beach somewhere under a fake name. Or maybe he's already working on his next project. That possibility leaves a permanent chill in the air. But even with Ward locked away, the silence of that crime scene sticks with me. I drive past billboards now, especially the digital ones, and I can't help but wonder what's hidden behind the flickering ads. I remember standing in that cold, fog-drenched parking lot, the red and blue lights painting ghosts on the mist, the smell of blood and coffee, the unnerving neatness of Victor Raines lying folded on the gravel. Mostly I remember the silence, the profound, deafening absence of the sound of death, the bullet that flew unseen and unheard, the terrifying tidiness of a murder committed by technology, operated by a ghost, ordered by a man miles away. No one heard the shot. Not the truckers getting coffee, not the couple sharing a milkshake, not the birds in the scraggly pines. No one heard Victor Raines die. And that invisible, silent violence feels more horrifying than any blood-soaked, chaotic crime scene I've ever worked. It's the quiet ones you really have to watch out for. The silent screams the loudest. They always say the sea never forgets, you know, like it holds on to things. Down here in Craybank Cove, that wasn't just some old saying people tossed around. No, it felt more like a warning whispered on the wind, carried in the salt spray. Something you felt deep in your bones, especially when the fog rolled in thick as wool. And the fog had rolled in. Stayed for 2 solid weeks, clinging to everything, muffling sounds, making the world feel small and damp and secret. That's when folks started noticing Morton Greaves wasn't around. Morton kept the lighthouse, the tall stone finger pointing out at the churning gray water. He was a quiet man, kept to himself mostly, but reliable. Every couple of weeks, like clockwork, he'd motor his little boat into the harbor for supplies, but he hadn't shown. 2 weeks, no Morton. That's where I came in, Detective Everett Cole. They sent me over from the mainland. Missing person case, they said. Simple enough on paper. Man lives alone in a lighthouse on a rough bit of coast. Storms kick up. Maybe he fell. Maybe his boat had trouble. Happens. But Craybank Cove, it didn't feel simple. Not from the moment I stepped onto the rickety pier. The air hung heavy, smelling of salt, dead fish, and something else. Something like old, wet stone and decay. People moved slow. When I asked about Morton, they'd look down, or away, or just shake their heads. The woman at the inn, Mrs. Gable, her lips moved silently while she handed me my key, like she was praying under her breath. The fellow behind the bar at the Rusty Anchor poured my drink without a word, his eyes flicking towards the fog-shrouded windows every few seconds. It was like they were all holding their breath, waiting for something. They knew something, all right. But getting them to talk, that was like trying to catch smoke in your hands. My room at the inn overlooked the harbor, what little I could see of it through the swirling gray mist. It was cold, the kind of damp cold that sinks right into you. I tried to piece things together, look over the few notes I had. Morton Greaves, lived alone. No family anyone knew of. Worked the light for nearly 20 years. Dependable, quiet, vanished. That first night, sleep wouldn't come. I kept hearing the waves crashing, a heavy, endless rhythm against the shore. And then I saw it. Or thought I did. Through a thin patch in the fog, way out past the harbor mouth. A shape, a ship, big, old-fashioned looking, with tall masts, though I couldn't make out sails clearly. It was just there, a massive silhouette against the gray. The weirdest part? It was silent. No engine hum, no creak of wood, no slap of water against the hull. just silent, floating like a bad dream. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked again. Gone. Swallowed by the fog. Maybe I was just tired, seeing things, but the image stuck in my head, that silent, impossible ship. I didn't get a wink of sleep after that. My gut felt tight, like something was seriously wrong here. The next morning, the fog was just as thick. I decided the lighthouse was the only place to start. Borrowed a small boat. The harbor master, a grim-faced man named Silas, barely grunted when I told him where I was going. The trip out was eerie. The fog wrapped around the boat like a shroud. Couldn't see more than 20 feet in any direction. The lighthouse loomed out of the grayness suddenly, taller and more imposing up close. Stone slick with moisture, waves crashing hard against its base. Inside, it was cold and smelled stale. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the upper windows. Morton's living space was neat, sparse. A narrow bed, a small table, a couple of chairs. Everything seemed ordinary, except for the feeling of waiting. Like the place was holding its breath, same as the town. I searched everywhere, drawers, cupboards, under the bed. Nothing seemed out of place, no sign of a struggle. It looked like he'd just walked out. Then my foot hit a loose floorboard near the wall bookshelf. Curiosity piqued, I pried it up. Underneath, wrapped in oilcloth, was a book. A logbook. Morton Greaves's handwriting filled the pages, neat at first, then getting shakier, more hurried towards the end. Weather reports, maintenance notes, sightings of ships. Normal stuff, until the last few entries. The writing got frantic. He wrote about the fog, about dreams, bad dreams, dreams of water, of drowning faces. Then, the final entry, dated just over 2 weeks ago, the day before he must have vanished. It's back, the ship. Saw it again last night, closer. The fog doesn't lift, it wants what was taken. I hear them, whispering in the fog. At night, I see her face in my dreams. Drowning, always drowning. God help us. The ship. My heart gave a heavy thump. What I'd seen last night. Was that it? And who was her? What was taken? The logbook raised more questions than it answered. I tucked it carefully inside my coat. This wasn't just a missing person case anymore. Back in town, the silence felt heavier than before. I showed the logbook entry around. Most people just shook their heads, wouldn't meet my eye. But the barkeep at the Rusty Anchor, after staring at the page for a long moment, just pointed a crooked finger towards a cottage huddled near the cliffs at the edge of town. Lennox Morrell, he muttered. He knows the stories. If anyone'll talk, it's him. Lennox Morrell's cottage smelled of old books, pipe tobacco, and the sea. Maps covered every wall. Nautical charts, storm tracks, historical maps of the coastline. Books were stacked everywhere. Lennox himself was older, maybe late 60s, with wild gray hair and eyes that seemed to look right through you. He had an intensity about him, like a tightly coiled spring. Used to be some kind of naval officer, then a marine historian, folks said. Even chased storms for a while. He wasn't surprised by the logbook entry. No, not at all. He poured me a cup of strong, hot tea, his hand steady despite his age. "So you've seen the whispers turn real, detective?" he asked, his voice raspy but clear. "I saw something," I admitted, hesitant to sound crazy. "A ship, last night, out in the fog." He nodded slowly, tapping the logbook. "The Tide's Claim. That's what I call her. Others, they don't like to name it." He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. "She's real, Detective Cole. As real as that fog outside. She was a slaver ship back in the early 1800s. The Serafina. Vanished right off this coast during a fierce storm. Story goes, the crew mutinied. A brutal affair. They chained the captain and his loyal officers below deck, then scuttled the ship. Drowned them all like rats." He took a sip of tea. "But something went wrong. A curse, they say. Born of the violence, the betrayal, the sea's anger. Every 27 years when the conditions are right, the right tides, the right moon, and this persistent fog. She returns, risen from the depths, and she comes to claim souls, those whose ancestors lived here then, those who live on the land where the sin happened. I stared at him. A ghost ship? A curse? Mutiny? It sounded like something out of a cheap novel. Mr. Morell, I started, trying to keep the skepticism out of my voice. With all due respect, that sounds like folklore. Folklore? He gave a short, harsh laugh. Detective, I saw that ship myself when I was a boy, during the last cycle. Standing right on those cliffs, it was terrifying. Real. Morton Greaves saw it. His father saw it before him. This town, it doesn't talk about it, but it remembers. It feels it. He pointed a bony finger towards the window. This fog. It's not natural. It's the shroud she brings with her. And Morton wasn't the first keeper to vanish from that lighthouse. I wanted to dismiss it. My training screamed rational explanation. But the logbook, the look in Lennox's eyes, the oppressive fear hanging over the town, the silent ship I'd seen myself. It was getting harder to hold on to simple logic. Still, I wasn't convinced. Not yet. The days that followed felt like wading through thick syrup. The fog never broke. If anything, it got denser, colder. More people went missing. Not dramatically, just quietly. Old Mrs. Henderson from the bakery, gone. 2 fishermen, Jed and Cal, their boat found empty, bobbing aimlessly just outside the harbor. People started locking their doors early, shutters drawn tight. Whispers turned into frightened murmurs behind cupped hands. The fear was palpable now, a living thing crawling through the fog. And the ship. I saw it again. Closer this time. One evening, standing on the pier, straining my eyes into the gloom. It glided out of the mist, clearer than before. I could almost make out details on the deck, the rigging hanging like cobwebs from the masts. It shimmered slightly, like heat haze on a summer road, but cold. Unnaturally cold. It slid past, silent as death, and melted back into the fog bank further down the coast. It looked so real, yet not quite. There was a translucent quality to it, like a projection. A projection. The thought hit me like a jolt. Morton's lighthouse, high up, overlooking the sea. What if... The next day, I went back out to the lighthouse. This time, I wasn't just looking through Morton's belongings. I was searching the structure itself. The lamp room at the top was standard, lenses clean, mechanism oiled. But below that, in a small, unused storage chamber tucked away behind a false panel I almost missed. I found it. Sophisticated equipment, projectors, high-powered ones, speakers cleverly hidden, wiring snaked down through the lighthouse walls. Someone was faking the ghost ship, creating an illusion. Relief washed over me, cold and sharp. A hoax, a clever, elaborate hoax to scare people. But why? And who? And how did it explain the vanishings? Jed and Cal's empty boat, Mrs. Henderson. Just as I was examining the projector controls, I heard it. A shout. Faint. Carried on the fog. I rushed outside onto the narrow walkway circling the tower. Peering down, I saw a small fishing boat, like Jed and Cal's, puttering near the rocks below. Suddenly, the fog swirled, thickened impossibly fast around it. I heard another shout, cut off short, and then silence. The boat was gone, vanished, like it had been erased. I scanned the water, the rocks. Nothing, just swirling gray fog and the crash of waves. The projector was real, the hoax was real. But the vanishing boat, the screams, the cold dread that seeped into my bones, that felt real too. Something else was going on. The projection was part of it, maybe a cover, maybe something that fed off something older, darker. I needed more than ghost stories and projectors. I needed history, facts. I headed to the town hall, a small damp building that smelled of mildew and forgotten paper. The archives were in the basement, a cramped room filled with dusty ledgers and crumbling boxes. It took hours, sifting through old records, town meeting minutes, birth and death certificates. And then I found it, tucked inside a thick ledger from the late 1800s, loose pages, brittle with age, a journal written in faded ink by a former town clerk. He wrote about the disappearances, not just Morton or the ones from 27 years ago Lennox mentioned. It happened every few decades, stretching back generations, always coinciding with these long, strange periods of fog. One entry chilled me to the core. It described a night, long ago. The writer, a young man then, watched from the cliffs with other villagers. They saw a ship burning offshore, heard screams carried on the wind, terrible screams, but they did nothing, afraid of what it was, afraid of getting involved. Days later, bodies started washing ashore, bloated, pale. The journal described them in horrifying detail, eyes wide, black, like burned holes, mouths stretched open, filled with sand and seawater, as if they'd died screaming underwater. The village buried them quickly, quietly, in unmarked graves, never spoke of it again. But the fear, the guilt, it lingered. That night, the dreams started. Not just Morton's drowning woman. My dreams. I was underwater, deep down, cold pressure all around me. Looking up, seeing the blurry, rippling shape of a ship's hull far above. Silvery fish darted past, seaweed swayed like hair, and voices, whispers, bubbling up from the depths, sighing my name. Everett. Come down. Join us. I'd wake up gasping, heart pounding, the phantom taste of salt and cold water in my mouth. The line between the town's history and my own fear was blurring. The projector equipment. Someone had to buy it, install it, run it. It wasn't cheap stuff. I started digging into recent shipments, cargo manifests, asking discreet questions about unusual deliveries. It took time, hitting dead ends, getting stonewalled by the fearful locals. But eventually, I traced the serial numbers, followed the money trail. It led away from the coast, inland, to shell corporations, and finally pointed towards whispers of an organized crime syndicate. They weren't just projecting a ghost ship, they were using the legend, the fear, the fog, as cover. While the town huddled indoors, scared of the tide's claim, boats were moving silently along the cliffs, using hidden coves and tunnels rumored to connect to the lighthouse basement. Not smuggling rum or cigarettes, something far uglier. Organ trafficking, harvesting victims, using the ghost ship disappearances as a perfect smokescreen. Morton Greaves must have stumbled onto it, found the equipment, or seen something he shouldn't have. That's why he vanished. It made a horrible kind of sense. The projectors, the fog machine elements enhancing the natural mist, the vanishings orchestrated to match the legend's cycle. It was cold, calculating, monstrous, almost clever enough to work. Almost. Because then one of them turned up dead. One of the smugglers, a tough-looking guy I'd seen hanging around the docks, trying too hard to look like a local fisherman. They found him in a dry storage shed up near the cliffs, locked from the outside, but he hadn't suffocated. No, he'd drowned. His lungs were full of seawater. His throat was packed tight with slimy black seaweed. Found him sitting upright in a corner of that perfectly dry, locked shed. The smugglers hadn't faked that. No, this was something else. This felt like retribution. Like the legend they were exploiting was pushing back. Like the lies had stirred something real, something hungry, from the deep. The fear in the town ratcheted up another notch. Now, even the bad guys weren't safe. It had to be Lennox. He knew the legend better than anyone. He lived near the cliffs. He had the technical knowledge from his naval days. Maybe he was running the projectors. Maybe he was involved with the smugglers, using his knowledge to help them maintain the illusion. It was time for another conversation. I found him in his cottage, staring out at the fog, a half-empty bottle of whiskey beside him. The air was thick with smoke and despair. I didn't waste time. I laid it all out, the projectors, the smugglers, the organ trafficking, the drowned man in the shed. He didn't deny it. Not really. He just looked tired, defeated. Yes, he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. I helped them, showed them the tunnels, the timing of the tides, how to use the lighthouse systems, helped maintain the equipment. Why, Lennox? I demanded. Why help monsters like that? He looked up, and his eyes weren't just tired anymore. They were haunted, burning with a strange mix of fear and obsession. Because the ship is real, Detective. The projections, they just helped it manifest, anchored it maybe, gave it focus. He gestured vaguely. I saw it as a boy. It never left me. I studied it, researched it, became obsessed. I thought if I helped maintain the legend, kept the fear alive, maybe I could understand it, appease it. He took a long drink of whiskey. But it's not about appeasement. It's about debt, guilt. He looked me straight in the eye. Those men on the Serafina, the mutineers who drowned the captain, they made it ashore. Some of them, wounded, desperate. They staggered into the village seeking help. He paused, his voice thick with emotion. And our ancestors, the good people of Craybank Cove, they finished the job, killed the survivors right there on the beach, didn't want any witnesses, any trouble, buried them quick and quiet, just like the journal said about the other bodies, our founding families. Their hands are stained with it. We didn't just watch them drown, Detective, he choked out, tears tracking through the grime on his face. We killed them too, both sides, the captain's men at sea, the mutineers on the shore. That guilt, it soaked into the sand, into the stones. It never left. The ship isn't cursed. We are. The land is. He suddenly stood up, his eyes wide, fixed on the window. It's time, he whispered. She's docking. I looked out. Through the thick fog, the ghost ship, no, not a ghost, not entirely, was impossibly close, looming right where the cliffs met the churning water. There was no harbor there, no pier, just jagged rocks, but the ship rested there anyway, solidifying, its dark timbers seeming to drink the light. It didn't drop anchor. It just arrived. A vessel of shadow and mist and ancient wood. Lennox stared at it, mesmerized. Then, before I could react, he turned and walked out of the cottage, straight towards the cliffs, towards the waiting ship. He didn't run. He walked calmly, deliberately, into the swirling gray fog that separated the land from the impossible vessel. And he vanished, just like the others. I ran after him, shouting his name, reached the cliff edge. The fog was thicker here, colder. It felt like plunging into icy water. I couldn't see Lennox, couldn't see the ship clearly anymore, just swirling grayness and the roar of the waves below. Then, the ground beneath my feet seemed to shift. The sea churned violently, impossibly. For a dizzying moment, it felt like the water itself was opening up, like a wound gaping open in the ocean. And I saw them, under the surface. Faces, pale, indistinct at first, then clearer. Morton Greaves, Mrs. Henderson, Jed and Cal, the smuggler with the seaweed in his throat. Dozens of others, faces I didn't recognize, stretched back through time. Their eyes were wide, dark voids. Their mouths opened and closed silently. They were reaching, not struggling, not asking for help. No, they were reaching. For me. Pulling me down into the cold, crushing dark. I stumbled back, gasping, heart hammering against my ribs. The vision, the feeling, it was overwhelmingly real. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the damp sand of the beach near the town, soaked to the bone, shivering uncontrollably. Bruised, disoriented, with the acrid taste of brine and fear coating my tongue. The fog still pressed in, but the vision was gone. I looked back towards the cliffs where Lennox had disappeared. Nothing, just the endless gray wall. I staggered back into Craybank Cove. It was eerily silent. Too silent. Lights were off, doors were closed, but not just locked. They seemed abandoned. The handful of people I'd seen skulking around earlier, gone. The entire town felt hollowed out, empty, like everyone had just evaporated into the fog. Panic started to claw at me. I had to get help, warn someone, evacuate whoever might be left, if anyone was. I ran to the town hall, tried the phone. Dead. Stone dead. Tried my own cell. No signal. Of course. The fog seemed to swallow radio waves too. I ran down to the harbor. The boats. They were all gone. Not just Jed and Cal's, or Morton's little motorboat. All of them. Fishing boats, pleasure craft, even Silas the harbor master's sturdy trawler. Vanished. The roads leading out of town? I checked the main one. It was flooded. Completely impassable. Seawater surging where asphalt should be. We were cut off. Trapped. Night fell again, and the ship returned. Each night now it seemed more solid, less like a projection or a ghost, more like a resurrected thing. Its timbers groaned, though there was no wind. Its sails, tattered and gray like old burial shrouds, hung limply but seemed full, and I could see figures moving on its deck now. Dark shapes, draped in rotting seaweed and rags, moving with jerky, unnatural motions, like puppets pulled by unseen strings. Their eyes glowed faintly, cold and pale. And Lennox came back, not walking out of the fog this time, but just appearing, standing by the old fish market building, dripping seawater, seaweed clinging to his clothes. But it wasn't just Lennox. He looked vacant, his eyes mirroring the cold glow of the figures on the ship. When he spoke, his voice was layered, echoing, as if other voices were speaking through him, ancient and waterlogged. "It's not revenge, detective," the layered voice rasped. "Not punishment. It's memory. The sea remembers everything, every betrayal, every death, every drop of blood spilled on its shores. It holds it all. And sometimes it brings it back." He smiled then, a slow, terrible stretching of the lips. "The tide always returns." He faded back into the fog before I could move, leaving me colder than ever. Memory, guilt, ancestral sin. The smuggler's crimes just the latest layer. This thing, this tide's claim, it wasn't just about one event. It was about the weight of history, the darkness buried beneath the town's quaint facade. Buried. The journal mentioned unmarked graves. Lennox talked about bodies buried quickly. Where? The thought struck me with sudden clarity. The lighthouse, built on the highest point, the place closest to the sea's fury, the place where Morton heard the whispers. What if the foundation wasn't just stone? I had to go back. One last time. Armed with a heavy flashlight and a wrecking bar I found in an abandoned shed, I rowed the small inflatable dinghy I'd kept hidden, my only way off the island if needed, back out to the lighthouse through the oppressive fog. The journey felt longer this time, the silence heavier, the water darker. Inside, I didn't bother with the living quarters or the projector room. I went straight to the base, the oldest part of the structure. Stone floor, damp walls. I started tapping, listening. Near the back wall, hidden under centuries of grime and salt crust, I found it. A different sound. Hollower. I jammed the wrecking bar into a crack, put my shoulder into it. Stone grated against stone. With a huge effort, I levered up a large flagstone. The smell hit me first. Rot, decay, damp earth, and something else. Something uniquely awful. I shone the flashlight down. It wasn't just earth. It was a pit. And it was full of bones. Skulls, ribs, femurs, jumbled together in the dark. Dozens of them. And wrapped around wrists and ankles, still clinging to the yellowed bone. Rusted iron shackles. Lennox was wrong, or only half right. The journal was wrong too, maybe deliberately misleading. These weren't the captain's loyal men. These weren't just shipwrecked sailors. These were the mutineers, the ones who supposedly made it ashore. The villagers hadn't just killed them on the beach. No, they'd buried them here. Alive, maybe? Or dragged their bodies here. Shackled, hidden beneath the lighthouse, the town's watchful eye, like a festering secret at its heart. This was the source, the anchor for the curse, the memory, the guilt. I knew what I had to do. It felt primal, necessary. I gathered driftwood washed into the lighthouse base during storms, found Morton's emergency kerosene can. I soaked the wood, poured the rest down into the pit, onto the bones. Striking the match felt like sealing my fate. The flames caught quickly, greedily. Orange light flickered against the damp stone walls, casting monstrous shadows. The bones began to blacken, smoke curling up towards the lighthouse shaft. And then, a sound. Not from the fire, from outside. A howl, high-pitched, enraged, inhuman. It seemed to come from the sea, from the fog, from the ship itself. The ground trembled slightly. The fog outside the small basement window turned from gray to an angry, swirling black. I scrambled out of the basement, up the winding stairs. I had to stop the illusion, the thing that maybe gave the entity focus. Reached the projector room. The machines were still running, flickering erratically now, casting distorted nightmare images against the fog bank outside. With a roar of desperation, I swung the wrecking bar, smashing the lenses, tearing out wires, shattering the delicate machinery. Sparks flew. The humming died. Outside, the ship screamed, a sound of pure, elemental fury that ripped through the air, vibrating in my teeth. It was no longer shimmering, no longer partially spectral. It rose from the water, fully manifest, impossibly huge, a leviathan of rotting wood and dark sails that caught no wind. Water cascaded from its hull as it moved, not sailing, but crawling inland, crushing the rocks beneath its impossible weight. I saw Lennox again, standing right on the cliff edge where he'd vanished before. His arms were raised, welcoming the colossal vessel. But the ship didn't stop. It didn't pause. It moved with relentless, grinding force, its massive bow wave surging forward. It didn't embrace Lennox. It obliterated him, crushed him against the cliffs, swallowing him whole as it continued its impossible journey onto the land itself. I stumbled back from the lighthouse windows, heart seizing in my chest. The roaring intensified, the very stone of the lighthouse shaking. The sea itself seemed to split open, waves towering impossibly high, crashing down not just on the shore, but reaching, grasping towards the town, towards the lighthouse. Black water surged, and then silence. Sudden, absolute silence. The roaring stopped, the shaking ceased, the howling wind died. Slowly, hesitantly, I looked out. The fog was gone, completely lifted. A pale, watery dawn was breaking over a calm gray sea. The water had receded. The tide's claim vanished. No sign it had ever been there. But Craybank Cove, it was empty. Utterly, devastatingly empty. Not just silent like before. The houses stood vacant, doors hanging open. Fishing nets lay abandoned on the pier. No sign of struggle, no bodies. Just emptiness. As if every single person had been scooped up and taken away by the receding tide. Gone. All of them. Only I remained. Standing alone in the lighthouse, the smell of smoke and brine thick in the air, the silence pressing in. I eventually made it back to the mainland in the inflatable dinghy. Told my story. They didn't believe me, of course. Put it down to trauma, stress, hallucination from being isolated in the fog. Detective Everett Cole, the man who went to investigate a missing person and lost his damn mind in a spooky seaside town. That's the official story. They gave me leave, suggested therapy. I live far from the coast now, very far. But sometimes, late at night, when the air is still and damp, I think I hear it, faintly in the distance, like an echo carried on a phantom breeze, a single mournful blast of a foghorn, and the soft sighing sound of the tide, turning, returning, always returning. The sea never forgets. No, it never does. Truckers, the real road dogs, they don't like putting certain things on the official record. You won't hear it logged, won't see it in reports. But late, real late, when the coffee's strong and the miles blur together, you catch whispers over the CB radio. Static crackles, voices get low, tired, and somewhere in that haze, someone always breathes the warning. Same words, different voice, same fear. Listen up, drivers. If you're heading east on 66, past mile marker 239, after midnight, whatever you do, don't look in your rearview mirror. They talk about a rig, not just any rig. This one's different. An 18-wheeler, they say, darker than the night it rides through. Windows blacked out like empty eyes. No plates, no company logo, nothing to say where it came from or where it's going. And the lights. They say the lights aren't right. Too bright. Blinding. Like staring into something you shouldn't. Some whisper it looks like the gates of hell opening up right there on the asphalt. Now most folks who claim they've seen it, the lucky ones, they say it's there 1 second, gone the next. Just vanishes. Like smoke caught in a sudden wind. Gone. But then there are the others, the unlucky ones. They're the ones who don't get to whisper warnings over the radio anymore. Their stories end out there, on that lonely stretch of desert highway. 6 months. That's how long this has been going on. 4 fatal wrecks, all on the same piece of road, eastbound, past 239, all happening in the dead of night. Every single one involved a driver alone in their cab. And here's where it gets really weird. Every time, the surveillance cameras near the crash sites, the DOT cameras, they just glitched. Nothing but static right around the time of the incident. Convenient, right? But there's one more thing. A detail folks don't connect unless they're looking close. Every single one of those wrecks, every single lost driver, happened less than 10 miles from where a big, multi-million-dollar cargo shipment got hit. Heisted. Vanished just as cleanly as that phantom truck. My name's Cole Marlowe. I'm a detective. Ghost stories? Nah, not my thing. I deal in facts, evidence, things you can touch and see. But patterns? Yeah, I believe in patterns. And this one was screaming louder than any ghost tale. The call came after the 4th one. Another rig, another driver gone. This time, the truck went clean off a cliff into a deep ravine. Took them hours to find the wreckage. The driver, a guy named Trevor, they found him about 30 feet away from the cab. Thrown clear, maybe. Except his skull. The report said it was caved in, like someone took a sledgehammer to it. Brutal. His cargo? Military-grade computer processors. Tiny things worth a fortune. And just like the others, gone without a trace. Poof. The official line was already forming. Wind shear coming off the plateau. Driver fatigue, common on these long hauls. Maybe even hallucination, brought on by exhaustion and the weird desert light. Easy answers. Tidy. Closed the case file neat. But I wasn't buying it. Someone, somewhere, was smart. They knew the legend. They knew the fear truckers felt on that stretch of 66. And they were using it. Using a ghost story as the perfect cover for robbery and murder. Clever. Sick, but clever. I packed a bag and drove out to Streberg. It's the closest town. Barely a blip on the map. Mostly just dust, tumbleweeds, and folks who look like they've seen too much sun. Spent 2 weeks there, asking questions, drinking bad coffee and greasy spoons, trying to get a feel for the place. The locals, they knew the stories, knew them well. But try to get anything solid, anything useful, and they'd just give you this little half smirk, eyes sliding away. Lots of muttering about superstition, bad luck, things best left alone. They didn't want trouble, and they sure didn't want to talk to a city cop poking around their ghost stories. One guy, a kid really, maybe 19, working the late shift at the dusty gas station on the edge of town. He was wiping down the counter, wouldn't meet my eye. I pushed him a little, asked about the rig. He just shrugged, then leaned in close, his voice barely a whisper over the hum of the ancient Coke machine. That rig, it don't roll on diesel, sir, he said, his eyes wide for just a second. They say it runs on the dead. Great. Just what I needed. More spooky tales. I left the town talk behind and went out to the wreck sites myself. All 4 of them. Walked the ground, kicked at the dirt, tried to see what the official reports missed. The air still felt heavy, even weeks later. Quiet. Too quiet. There was plenty of burnt rubber, sure, scorch marks deep on the pavement, and impact grooves, deep scars in the asphalt and the hard-packed shoulder where metal had gouged the earth. Signs of violence, but no evidence of mechanical failure on the victim's trucks, not according to the initial reports. No brake fluid leaks, no blown tires before the crashes, and nothing from the attacker. No paint transfer, no skid marks from another vehicle forcing them off the road. Just those weird, deep scars on the road itself, almost like something huge and heavy had clawed its way through, leaving gouges behind. It didn't make sense. I needed them to show themselves. I couldn't chase a ghost, couldn't hunt smoke. I had to make the mountain come to Muhammad, or in this case, the phantom rig come to me. So, we set the bait. Cooked up a plan back at the department, kept it quiet. We arranged a decoy shipment. Nothing real, just weighted crates designed to look valuable. Loaded them into a standard trailer, government tagged, making it look like sensitive defense tech, something worth hitting. The route, eastbound, right through that cursed stretch of Highway 66, after midnight, of course. My cover was simple, just another lone contractor. Name on the manifest, Jack Riley, driving an anonymous-looking cab, pulling the bait trailer. Just me, the truck, and miles of empty desert ahead. Routine overnight haul, nothing to see here. The night felt thick, heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. I crossed mile marker 233 around 2:11 a.m. The silence out there, it's different, not peaceful. It presses in, like being wrapped in a heavy dark glove, no wind rustling the sagebrush. Even the stars seemed faint, swallowed by the immensity of the black sky. Just the low, steady hum of my own tires on the worn, cracked pavement, hypnotic, mile after mile. Then, it happened. My radio crackled, just faint static at first, like interference from nothing. There was nothing out here. Then, a voice cut through the fuzz. It wasn't human, garbled, distorted like metal scraping underwater. Slow, dragged out. Get off the road. My blood ran cold, just like that. Ice water in my veins. My hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles white. Instinctively, my eyes flicked to the driver's side mirror. Lights, huge, white, blindingly bright, filling the entire mirror. Where did that come from? It was a rig, massive, right on my tail, gaining fast. But it was silent. No engine roar, no air brakes hissing, just those terrible lights. My heart hammered against my ribs. I checked my GPS display, the one showing traffic, vehicles nearby. Nothing. Empty screen. This thing behind me, it wasn't registering. I squinted into the mirror, trying to see past the glare. No license plate. Just a wall of chrome reflecting the hellish lights, and behind them, absolute blackness where the windshield should be. Void. It was right on me. Too close. I yanked the wheel, swerving onto the shoulder, kicking up dust and gravel. My rig bucked, tires screaming in protest. The phantom rig didn't slow down. It just kept pace, effortlessly matching my swerve, staying right in my blind spot, those lights burning into the back of my head. Suddenly, a wave hit me. Not heat, not wind. Sound. A deep, gut-churning thrum, like thunder happening underwater, right inside my skull. It pressed on my ears, made my teeth ache. The whole cab vibrated. My vision swam. I almost lost control, fought the wheel just to keep the truck upright. Then, as quickly as it started, the sound stopped. The pressure eased. I risked another look in the mirror. The rig was veering away, turning sharply left, heading off the highway, straight into the open desert. It didn't slow down, just drove into the darkness. I slammed on the brakes, pulling my own truck fully off the road, engine idling rough. My hands were shaking. I threw the door open, jumped out onto the hard-packed dirt, heart pounding like a drum. The air tasted like dust and electricity. I ran a few yards toward a small rise, hoping to get a better view. The phantom rig, it was just a plume of dust now, swirling in the distance, lit faintly by its own receding taillights. Then, even the dust settled, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing, just the flat, empty desert stretching out under the faint starlight. Gone, like it was never there. Back in the cab, hands still trembling, I fumbled for the dashcam controls. Playback. I needed to see it again, confirm what I saw, but the screen was just static. Thick rolling waves of digital snow, exactly like the reports from the other wreck sites. The feed was completely scrambled around the time the rig appeared. Total blackout. But I had other gear. Portable MF meter. I'd tucked it under the passenger seat. I grabbed it, switched it on. The needle went crazy. Spiked wildly, off the charts, then slowly settled back down as the minutes passed. Something out there had blasted this area with electromagnetic energy. Strong stuff. I saved the corrupted dashcam footage anyway. Sent it straight to forensics back at the department. Told them to dig deep, look for anything, any fragment they could salvage. A day later they called back. They found something. Buried deep in the corrupted data, between the waves of static, were fragments. Microseconds of usable feed. Not enough to see the truck clearly, but enough to analyze the energy signature. The phantom rig, they said, wasn't just a truck. It was emitting incredibly high-frequency bursts of energy. Sonic pulses, maybe? Strong enough to overwhelm electronic systems nearby? Dash cams, surveillance cameras, maybe even basic GPS? And combined with those blinding strobe lights, firing in unpredictable patterns, and maybe even some kind of mirrored or radar-absorbent material on the chassis, it would create a powerful illusion. Disorientation, confusion, make the truck seem to flicker, shimmer, even disappear entirely, especially at night, in the middle of nowhere. Like smoke. But there was more. Hidden in the static, enhanced thermal imaging picked up faint heat signatures. Fleeting, but definitely there. Inside the swirling fog of light and electronic noise, there were people. Faint outlines, but human shapes. Inside the cab. Maybe more in the trailer? And one more thing. While I was waiting for forensics, I went back out to the spot where the rig had veered off the highway. Scoured the desert floor, and I found them. Tire tracks. Not mine. These were wider, deeper, and the tread pattern, it had pieces of steel bracing embedded in it. Military-grade tires, heavy-duty, designed for rough terrain, definitely not standard trucking equipment. This wasn't a ghost. It was a machine, a weaponized machine. This changed everything. It wasn't supernatural. It was calculated, high-tech deception. But who had this kind of gear? And why use it for highway robbery? I needed to find their base. Where did they launch this thing from? Where did they hide it? It had to be somewhere close to that stretch of 66, somewhere isolated. I pulled up old freight maps, geological surveys, satellite images of the area, cross-referenced the dates and times of the phantom rig sightings, the wrecks, the heists, looked for patterns, overlaps. Every incident, every spooky sighting, seemed to align loosely with a corridor dotted with abandoned industrial zones, old rail yards overgrown with weeds, concrete silos crumbling in the sun, processing plants long since shut down, and one place that caught my eye, a decommissioned mining camp tucked away in the low hills about 15 miles off the highway. Remote, forgotten, perfect. I drove out there the next afternoon. The track leading to the camp was barely visible, mostly washed out. The place looked dead. Rusted corrugated iron buildings sagged under the desert sun. Machinery lay silent, swallowed by sand and rust. But as I got closer, I saw fresh tire tracks in the dust. Heavy tracks, matching the ones I found near the highway. My gut tightened. I parked my unmarked car out of sight behind a ridge and went the rest of the way on foot, keeping low. The main hangar, a huge dilapidated structure, had its main doors slightly ajar. I slipped inside. The air was thick with the smell of stale oil, metal, and something else. Generator fumes, recent fumes, and the ground. There were patches where oil had soaked into the dirt, still dark, still damp, warm. Someone had been running heavy machinery here, and recently. Scattered around were toolboxes, heavy-duty wrenches, welding equipment. Coils of thick electrical cable snaked across the floor, and in the center of the vast space, covered by a massive, greasy tarp, was a shape. A very large shape. My heart was pounding now. I pulled out my service weapon, holding it low, and carefully approached the tarp. Listened. Silence. Just the wind whistling through holes in the rusted roof. I reached the edge of the tarp, took a deep breath, and pulled it back. My eyes widened. It wasn't the phantom rig itself, not fully assembled, but it was the parts. Stacks of modular lighting rigs, powerful spotlights, strobe units, signal jammers, complex electronic boxes bristling with antennas, sonic emitters, heavy cones designed to project focused sound waves, and tucked in a corner, half hidden under debris, was a shredded truck tire, a massive military-grade tire, with tiny reflective fragments embedded deep in the rubber grooves, reflectors, to catch and amplify the strobe lights, make the illusion even more blinding, more confusing. This was it, the workshop, the staging ground. This wasn't ghosts, this wasn't aliens, this was military theater, deception tactics, adapted for the highway, applied to theft, grand theft on a massive scale. I documented everything with my phone camera, careful not to disturb anything. Got the GPS coordinates. This was the break I needed. Now I knew how they did it. I just needed to know who, and I needed to catch them in the act. I pulled back, got out of there quietly, set up surveillance, couldn't risk staying too close, not with their tech. I found a high vantage point a couple of miles away, overlooking the access track to the mining camp, used long-range optics and a thermal imager, and waited. 2 nights later, just before 2 a.m., I saw movement. Thermal signatures, vehicles warming up inside the hangar. Then, the doors rolled open. A convoy emerged. Not the phantom rig, not yet. This was the support crew. 2 heavy-duty pickups, a windowless panel van, and a smaller flatbed truck carrying equipment covered by tarps. They moved out slowly, headlights off, navigating by the faint moonlight. They weren't heading for the main highway, not directly. They took a series of smaller, unpaved service roads, weaving through the hills. I followed from a safe distance, my own lights off, using night vision. It was slow going, teeth jarringly bumpy. They stopped about half a mile from Highway 66, tucked into a shallow wash hidden from the road. Quickly, quietly, they started deploying equipment, setting up what looked like roadside cones along the shoulder of the highway, but I knew they were the sonic emitters I'd seen in the hangar, positioning portable fog machines, generators humming softly. Then, it arrived, rolling silently out of the darkness from a different access point. The rig. Not fully lit up yet, but even in the dim light, it looked wrong. Too big, too dark. It parked near the setup crew. They were running through a checklist, pointing, adjusting, like a stage crew before a performance. They were rehearsing, practicing their disappearing act. This was my chance. They were all here, exposed. I reached for my encrypted radio, keyed the mic to call for backup, report the location, the activity. Nothing. Dead air. Just a faint hiss. Interference. They were jamming communications. Smart. Thorough. Suddenly my proximity sensor beeped. A thermal signature moving fast, coming up on my left flank. They'd spotted me. How? Maybe a stray reflection. Maybe they had better sensors than I thought. A figure burst from the darkness, scrambling up the loose rock toward my SUV, wearing dark clothes, face covered by a mask. He was yelling something I couldn't make out over the engine noise and my own pounding heart. He reached the side of my vehicle, hand slamming against the window. No time to think, no time for backup. I slammed the gear shift into drive and stomped on the gas. The SUV lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. I glanced in the rearview mirror. One of their pickups, the smaller, faster one, peeled out from the wash, headlights blazing, chasing me. They were trying to cut me off, force me back toward their main group, or run me off the treacherous track. I swerved, dodging rocks and ruts, pushing the SUV harder than it was ever meant to go. The pickup stayed glued to my tail, its engine screaming. This wasn't just theft anymore. They were willing to kill to protect their secret. I had to get back to the highway, back to pavement, where I had a chance. I knew the terrain slightly better now. Saw a fork ahead. The main track curved right. A narrower, steeper path cut left, looked like it might lead down towards 66 more directly. A gamble. I took it. The SUV bounced violently, bottoming out several times. Branches scraped against the windows. The pickup behind me hesitated for a split second, then followed, tires spinning. They were gaining again on the rougher ground. I saw the highway below, a ribbon of dark asphalt. Just had to make it down this last slope. Then, disaster. A deep washout, hidden by shadows. The SUV's front wheels dropped into it hard, a sickening crunch of metal. We lurched to a stop, nose down. Stuck. Headlights filled my rearview mirror. The pickup was braking hard, sliding to a halt just yards behind me. Doors opened, figures getting out, trapped. Okay, Marlowe, think. I wasn't going down without a fight, but direct confrontation wasn't smart. They had numbers, maybe heavier weapons. I needed to flip the script again, use their own tactics against them. Illusion. Surprise. I remembered the equipment back at the office. We'd been experimenting with a prototype EMP rig, small, directional, designed to disable electronics in a targeted burst. We'd shelved it. Too unpredictable, potential for collateral damage. But right now, unpredictable sounded pretty good. I'd grabbed it on a hunch before leaving for the decoy run, tucked it under the fake cargo in the trailer. If I could get back to my truck. But first, I had to get away from these guys. I killed my engine and lights. Silence. Darkness. I slowly, quietly opened my door, easing myself out into the night, using the tilted angle of the SUV as cover. They were approaching cautiously, fanning out. Good. Gave me a few seconds. I stayed low, moving away from the wreck, scrambling into the dense sagebrush and rocks bordering the washout. They reached the SUV, flashlights sweeping the interior. Confirmed I wasn't there, shouted commands to each other, spread out, starting a search pattern. This was my chance. While they were focused on the immediate area, I circled wide, moving parallel to the highway, heading back toward where I'd left my semi-truck parked after the first encounter. It was a risk. They might have disabled it, booby-trapped it, but it was my only play. It felt like miles, stumbling through the dark, heart pounding, listening for any sound of pursuit. Finally, I saw it. The big, dark shape of my rig, exactly where I'd left it, looking blessedly ordinary against the desert backdrop. No obvious signs of tampering. I climbed into the cab, keys still in my pocket. Engine turned over. Relief washed over me, so strong my knees felt weak. Okay. Phase 2. I drove slowly, lights still off, back toward mile marker 239. Found a spot just off the road, behind a cluster of large boulders, partially hidden. Opened the trailer, found the EMP device. It was bulky, experimental looking. Set the timer, the direction, focused straight down the highway, eastbound, armed it. Then I got back in the cab, flipped the switch for blackout mode, killing all exterior lights, even the running lights. Sat there in the darkness, waiting, listening. The desert night hummed with tension. Time stretched. Was their rehearsal over? Were they packing up? Or were they still hunting for me? My police radio was still dead, jammed solid. I was completely alone out here. Then, I heard it. Not through the radio this time, but through the floorboards. A low, deep vibration. A distant hum growing steadily louder. Coming fast. My hand hovered over the EMP trigger switch. Eyes glued to the rearview mirror, useless in the pitch black. I had to rely on sound, on instinct. It burst out of the darkness like something conjured from a nightmare. Those blinding white lights snapped on, instantly turning the night landscape into a bleached-out, overexposed photograph. The sheer presence of it was terrifying. It filled the road, impossibly big, impossibly bright. The low sonic thrum vibrated through my bones again, right as it drew parallel, filling my side window with blinding light and distorted reflections. I slammed my thumb down on the EMP trigger. Not a loud noise, but a deep, resonant pulse. For a split second, everything went utterly black. No truck lights, no phantom lights, no dashboard glow, nothing. And in that instant of pure darkness, before emergency systems could flicker back on, I saw it. The real rig. stripped of its light show, its sonic shield momentarily down. It was matte black, angular, heavily reinforced, looked more like an armored personnel carrier than a freight truck. Steel plates bolted onto the chassis. The windshield wasn't blacked out, it was heavily tinted, and I caught a glimpse of figures inside, wearing tactical gear, helmets, combat ready. Their illusion was shattered, exposed. My own truck's basic systems sputtered back to life. Engine, headlights. I jammed the gear shift, floored the accelerator, pulling out from behind the rocks, right onto the tail of the now visible, very real, very dangerous rig. I gave chase. They reacted fast. Their lights flickered back on, but erratically now, some sections dark. The EMP had done some damage, but they were still moving, and moving fast. The driver knew this road. They tried the sonic burst again, but it sputtered, weaker this time. Still jarring, made my vision blur, but not debilitating like before. They dropped blinding flares out the back, trying to ruin my night vision. I swerved, squinting, keeping pace. We were dueling now, tons of metal hurtling through the night. They tried brake-checking me, hoping I'd slam into their reinforced rear. I anticipated it, dropped back slightly, then surged forward again. My SUV was no match for their power, but maybe I could outmaneuver them or force a mistake. I saw my chance. A slight curve ahead, leading toward an old, rusted steel bridge over a dry wash. If I could nudge them, just as they entered the curve, I pulled alongside, tires screaming. They swerved toward me, trying to force me onto the soft shoulder. I held my ground, metal scraping against metal with a hideous shriek. My SUV bucked, clipped their massive back tire hard. The impact sent a jolt through their rig. The driver overcorrected. The huge truck skidded, tires losing traction on the worn asphalt. It slid sideways, heading straight for the bridge's thick, rusted support column. There was a tremendous crash. Metal buckled, groaned. The rig jackknifed violently, the trailer whipping around and slamming into the side of the cab. It came to rest crookedly across both lanes, steam hissing from the crumpled front end, sparks showering the pavement. Silence descended, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal and the hiss of escaping steam. The back doors of the trailer had burst open on impact. Boxes spilled out onto the highway. Boxes marked with military insignia, my stolen processors, and other tech I didn't recognize. I pulled my damaged SUV to a stop a safe distance away, gun drawn, heart hammering. Doors were opening on the wrecked cab. Figures emerging, dazed but moving. Time to end this. One man stumbled out of the driver's side, pulling off a tactical helmet. He looked disoriented, angry. He wasn't wearing a mask now. And I saw his face. He looked familiar. He ripped open his tactical vest, revealing the shirt underneath. And pinned to it, incredibly, was a Department of Transportation badge. Faded, worn, but official. Marcus Elgin. I knew the name, knew the file. Former DOT engineer. Brilliant guy by all accounts. Specialized in infrastructure and logistics. He'd vanished about 5 years ago. Disappeared off the map completely after trying to blow the whistle on a massive corruption scandal involving private contractors, rigged bids, and faulty construction on federal highway projects. They'd buried his report, ruined his career, threatened him. He just walked away, or so everyone thought. He saw me approaching, weapon raised. He didn't look scared, just tired, resigned. He even managed a wry, bitter smile. "Detective?" he said, his voice hoarse. "Took you long enough." He wasn't just stealing cargo. This whole elaborate, terrifying operation. It was revenge. Twisted, maybe, but personal. "They killed me on paper," he spat, gesturing vaguely toward the darkness, toward the system he felt betrayed him. "Smeared my name, took my life's work, pretended I never existed." So, he shrugged, a strange calmness settling over him. I became a ghost, their ghost, haunting the roads they thought they owned. He'd designed it all, the illusion rig, using his engineering skills, the signal jammers, the sonic weapons. He'd recruited a crew, other disgruntled truckers, ex-military guys, people chewed up and spat out by the same system he hated. Outcasts. He trained them, turned them into a precision team, haunting the highways that had abandoned them, hitting the contractors who'd profited from the corruption he tried to expose, stealing back, piece by piece, what he felt was stolen from him, from the public trust. We rounded them up, 7 of them in total, including Elgin. Most had minor injuries from the crash. We recovered the cargo from this heist, nearly $14 million worth of sensitive tech, and based on Elgin's surprisingly cooperative confession, once caught, he seemed almost relieved. We located caches from the previous heists, recovering millions more. Every rig they used, the main illusion truck and the support vehicles, were heavily modified, stripped down, rebuilt, fitted with countermeasures to avoid detection. Ghost vehicles in the truest sense. The media had a field day, of course, dubbed them the Ghost Freight Syndicate. The story was everywhere. The legend of the Phantom rig was finally explained, rationalized. Case closed. But sometimes I still drive that stretch of Highway 66, just to see. The truckers wave now. Some recognize my car, give a nod. A few have even thanked me, bought me coffee at dusty truck stops. Said they sleep easier now. Others, though, the old-timers, the ones who've seen too many miles, they still look nervous. They pull me aside sometimes, voices low. "That wasn't the only one out there, detective," they'll say. "You stopped them, but there's still something else on this road after midnight. Maybe it's just superstition, leftover fear, the power of a good story. But sometimes when the desert gets real quiet, late at night, and the air is still, I think I hear it, way off in the distance, a low, deep hum, like a big engine idling somewhere just over the horizon, an engine with no lights, just heat shimmering on the wind. And on those nights, no, I don't look in the rearview mirror. I just keep driving." It started, like a lot of bad things do, with a video clip. Grainy helmet cam footage, flickering like a dying bulb. Most of it was static, digital snow fuzzing out the picture, but you could still make out shapes. Concrete walls, slick with damp. Rusted metal bunkers, hunched down like old, forgotten beasts. Fog, thick as soup, swirling everywhere. Then came the strobe lights, flashing wild, bouncing off the wet surfaces. Panic. You could hear it in the breathing, ragged and fast, right into the mic. Someone was screaming, raw terror ripping through the static hiss. Footsteps pounded, echoing in the confined space. Shadows jumped and danced, long and distorted, like puppets pulled by unseen strings. One voice cut through the chaos, clear for just a second. A young guy, probably just a cadet. "They're inside the walls. They're inside the..." The feed glitched hard then, picture breaking apart. But just before it went totally black, something filled the frame. A figure, tall, indistinct, almost faceless in the gloom. It seemed to glow faintly, a weird, sickly blue light clinging to its edges. It lunged right at the camera, right at the poor kid wearing it. Then, nothing. Just blackness. Silence. The official report landed on desks a few days later. Dry as dust. Training exercise gone wrong at Fort Vaco, an old decommissioned place out on some island. 1 cadet dead. 3 others injured bad. Cause? Faulty equipment. Power surge in the simulation gear maybe. Tragic accident. Case closed. Move along. But someone, somewhere up the chain, wasn't buying the neat little package. Someone with stars on their shoulders smelled something rotten. That's where I came in. Name's Jake. Ex-Army. Emphasis on the X. Got myself a dishonorable discharge after things went sideways on a mission back in Kandahar. Details don't matter much now. But let's just say trust got broken, people got hurt, and I ended up carrying the can. So when they called me, I was scraping bottom. Working dead-end security gigs, living in a place barely bigger than a closet. They offered me a lifeline, kinda. A chance to wipe the slate clean, maybe. Unofficially, of course. The mission? Go to Fort Vaco. Find out what really happened during that last drill. No backup. No comms back to the mainland. Not officially, anyway. Strictly off the grid. Just me, my old gear bag, packed with a few personal tools they wouldn't issue, a ferry ticket, and a thin classified file. The label on the front sent a little shiver down my spine, despite the heat of the day. It just read, Phantom Incident. Phantom. Yeah, that felt about right. Fort Vaco wasn't exactly a tourist hotspot. It sat squat and ugly on a rocky little island about a mile off the coast. Built back during World War II, a concrete and steel beast meant to guard the shipping lanes. After the war, they used it for training, war games, that kind of stuff. Then, decades ago, they just locked it up. Decommissioned. Forgotten. Left to rust and crumble under the wind and the sea spray. The locals on the mainland mostly stayed clear. Too many stories. Too many weird feelings. They said the place was cursed, haunted by soldiers who never left, or something worse. The ferry that took me out there looked almost as old as the fort itself. Rusted hull, sputtering engine, smelled like diesel and dead fish. The guy running it, an old-timer with skin like tanned leather and eyes that had seen too much weather, eyed my gear bag. "Going to the fort, huh?" he grunted, spitting tobacco juice over the side. I just nodded. Didn't feel like small talk. He squinted out towards the island, barely visible through the morning haze. "They drill out there, you know." Still. "Place is abandoned," I said. "That's what they say," he countered, chewing thoughtfully. "But folks hear things, at night mostly. Marching sounds carrying over the water, lights sometimes deep down under the earth. Flicker real strange, ain't natural, whatever it is." I managed a tight little smile, nodded again like I was just hearing some local folklore, but deep down, I wasn't laughing. Ghost stories. Sometimes they're just cover. Camouflage for things people don't want you looking too closely at. Things that are very, very real. The ferry bumped against a cracked, weed-choked concrete dock. The harborman didn't offer to help with my bag. He just watched me climb out, his expression unreadable. "Watch yourself out there," was all he said before reversing the engine and puttering away, leaving me alone on the shore. The path leading up from the dock was overgrown, cracked asphalt swallowed by weeds and tough coastal grasses. Huge iron gates, rusted half open, marked the entrance to the main complex. They groaned like something in pain when I pushed through. Inside, the place was even worse than I'd expected. Bunkers, huge concrete boxes loomed everywhere, their firing slits like empty eyes staring out to sea. Watchtowers stood skeletal against the gray sky. Barbed wire lay coiled and rusting in tangled heaps. Everything was crumbling, decaying. And the silence. It was heavy, oppressive. No birds singing, no buzzing insects. Nothing but the constant sigh of the wind whipping in off the ocean, whistling through the broken windows and empty doorways. It felt dead, like the island itself was holding its breath. Perfect place to hide something nasty. Perfect place for ghosts, real or otherwise. Perfect place for an operation someone wanted kept secret. My job was to figure out which it was. That first night, I didn't waste time sightseeing. I needed eyes and ears everywhere. I unpacked my gear, the stuff the Army never knew I kept, modified over the years. High-res thermal imagers, wide-spectrum EMF readers, passive infrared motion sensors, acoustic detectors. Good stuff, reliable stuff. I spent hours rigging them up. Key choke points, tunnel entrances, catwalks overlooking the main courtyards, the approaches to the biggest bunkers. If anything bigger than a rat moved out there, I wanted to know about it. I set up a central monitoring station in a relatively intact small command post, dusty, but dry and defensible. The first few hours were dead quiet. Nothing but the wind and the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocks below. The EMF readers showed background noise, nothing unusual. Thermals picked up some lingering heat in the concrete from the day's weak sun, but no distinct shapes. The island slept, or pretended to. Then, just after 2 in the morning, 2:12 a.m. according to my watch, everything changed. The fog rolled in, not gradually, like normal fog. This stuff came in like a wall, thick and sudden, swallowing the moonlight, clinging like wet plaster. Visibility dropped to maybe 5 feet. The air grew cold, damp, heavy, and one of my sensors pinged. Eastern Bunker Complex. Motion detected. I flicked over to the camera feed for that sector. It was glitching, just like the helmet cam footage from the file. Static bursts, image tearing. But through the digital noise, I saw it. A shape. Humanoid. Moving across the open ground between two bunkers. Tall, unnaturally fluid in its movement. I switched to the thermal overlay. Nothing. Cold. No heat signature at all, not even residual body heat. That shouldn't be possible. Everything gives off some heat. My skin prickled. Ghost? But then, the motion sensor covering that same area pinged again. A solid hit. Something with mass had definitely moved through its detection field. Real displacement, not just light and shadow, not just a sensor ghost. My heart started hammering against my ribs. Training kicked in, threat assessment, unknown entity, potentially hostile. I grabbed my sidearm, a reliable Glock 19 loaded with standard ball ammo, and a high-lumen flashlight, clipped a backup mag to my belt, took a deep breath, eased the command post door open, and slipped out into the thick, swirling fog. Visibility was awful. The flashlight beam just bounced off the dense white, illuminating nothing but swirling particles a few feet ahead. Sounds were muffled, distorted. My own footsteps sounded unnaturally loud on the cracked concrete. I moved cautiously towards the eastern bunkers, pistol held low and ready. Every nerve ending felt alive, screaming at me. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It felt charged, waiting. I rounded the corner of the first bunker, peering into the impenetrable whiteness ahead. Nothing, just the eerie glow of my flashlight beam hitting the fog. Then, something hit me, hard, from the left side, out of nowhere, like being tackled by a linebacker. I flew sideways, hitting the concrete shoulder first, the impact jarring bone deep, knocking the wind out of me. My pistol skittered away across the ground. Pain exploded in my shoulder. I gasped, scrambling, rolling onto my back, trying to see my attacker. There was nothing there, just the fog, swirling silently around me. No sound of footsteps retreating, no shadow disappearing into the mist. Nothing. My head swam, disoriented, heart pounding like a drum. I pushed myself up, ignoring the fire in my shoulder, frantically scanning the area. Where was my gun? I spotted it a few feet away, lying near a patch of weeds. As I crawled towards it, my hand brushed against the damp concrete, and I saw it, a boot print, fresh, clearly defined in a patch of moist dirt blown against the bunker wall, a modern combat boot pattern, not some old World War II relic, crisp, sharp edges, and something else. On the sleeve of my jacket, where the impact had landed, there was a faint smear, dark, slightly greasy. I touched it cautiously, rubbed it between my fingers. It felt synthetic, almost plastic-like. I sniffed it. A faint chemical smell, sharp and unfamiliar. Polymer residue, not ectoplasm, not spectral energy. Something manufactured, something designed for stealth and combat. A cold certainty washed over me, colder than the fog. The figure on the camera, the lack of heat signature, the impossible tackle out of nowhere, the boot print, the residue. This wasn't a haunting. No, this wasn't ghosts playing tricks in the fog. This was something else entirely. Something deliberate, something advanced. I wasn't hunting phantoms. I was being hunted. And whoever, or whatever, was out here in the fog with me, they had technology I didn't understand, and they didn't want me here. The game had just changed. Dramatically, I spent the next day patching myself up and rethinking everything. My shoulder throbbed, a deep bruise already forming, but nothing seemed broken. Lucky. Whoever tackled me wasn't trying to kill me, maybe just disable or scare me off. Scaring me off wasn't going to work, not after Kandahar, not when redemption, however slim, was dangling just out of reach. Besides, now it was personal. Someone had put hands on me. Someone was using this dead island as their playground, likely for something illegal, and they'd killed at least one kid to keep it quiet. The ghosts. They were a distraction. A high-tech scarecrow. The lack of heat signature? Some kind of thermal cloaking? The glitching cameras? Electronic interference? Maybe targeted jamming? The figure itself could be projection, holograms, or maybe active camouflage, like that polymer smear on my jacket suggested. Stealth suits. I needed more information. I needed to know what they were hiding and what tech they were using. The official channels were useless out here, but maybe the island itself held answers. Old military bases, even decommissioned ones, often had hidden infrastructure. Backup systems, forgotten tunnels. I started searching, focusing on the main command bunkers, places likely to have had sophisticated equipment back in the day. It was slow work. Most areas were collapsed, flooded, or stripped bare. But in Bunker 12, hidden beneath a section of raised flooring that looked just a bit too clean, too new compared to the surrounding decay, I found it. A small reinforced hatch, bolted down tight. It took me nearly an hour with a pry bar and some serious elbow grease to get it open. Beneath it, a narrow ladder led down into darkness. A blast of cool, dry air hit my face, not the damp, salty air of the rest of the fort. This air was filtered, conditioned. I descended cautiously, flashlight beam cutting through the black. The ladder ended on a metal walkway in a small, self-contained chamber. It wasn't World War II tech. This was modern. Clean steel walls, humming ventilation, bundles of fiber optic cables running neatly along conduits, and in the center of the room, humming softly, was a communications array. Military grade, definitely. Servers, transmitters, encryption modules. Still powered. A small status light blinked green. Active. Transmitting. My heart gave a little jump. Bingo. The system was locked down tight, heavy encryption. I couldn't crack it on the spot, not without specialized gear and a lot more time. But I could do one thing, trace the signal. It wasn't broadcasting off-island, which was interesting. It was sending short, encrypted bursts to another location on the island. A receiver somewhere nearby. I pulled out my portable signal tracer, a piece of kit I'd built myself. It took a few minutes, calibrating, filtering out the background noise, but then I got a lock. A strong directional signal pointing north, towards the high ridge that dominated the island's northern end. Okay, time for another walk. I secured the hatch behind me, making it look undisturbed, and headed north, staying low, using the crumbling bunkers and overgrown trenches for cover. The northern ridge was rocky, windswept, offering panoramic views, and making a stealthy approach difficult. As I got closer to the signal source, the terrain got rougher. Jagged rocks, steep slopes. The signal seemed to be coming from right near the cliff edge. I finally spotted it, cleverly concealed amongst a jumble of weathered rocks. It wasn't a receiver antenna, not exactly. It looked more like a lens. A sophisticated optical device, maybe the size of a large rifle barrel, embedded in the rock face, pointing back towards the main fort complex. Wires snaked away from it, disappearing into a fissure in the cliff. This wasn't just comms. This was something else. A projector? A sensor? As I crept closer, trying to get a better look without exposing myself, my boot dislodged a small stone. It skittered down the slope, making barely any noise. But it was enough. I must have tripped some kind of invisible sensor field, because suddenly, the world went insane. A piercing shriek erupted from all around me. Not one sound, but dozens, overlapping, echoing off the rocks. Screams of pain, terror, orders being shouted, the clang of metal on metal, gunfire. It felt like standing in the middle of a battlefield. My vision swam. Bright lights flashed in my peripheral vision, strobing, disorienting. Images flickered at the edge of sight, running figures, muzzle flashes, there and gone in an instant. Footsteps pounded right behind me. Heavy boots on rock. Close. I spun around, pistol up, heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. Nothing. Just empty rock and wind. But the feeling of presence was overwhelming. The air crackled with unseen energy. My stomach churned. Nausea washed over me in a sickening wave. I stumbled back, gagging, fighting the urge to vomit. My head throbbed. a deep, pulsing ache behind my eyes. It wasn't real. None of it. The sounds, the lights, the footsteps. They were illusions. Sophisticated, terrifying illusions, generated by whatever system that lens was part of. This was the tech. This was the ghost maker. Optical camouflage for the figures, directional sound for the screams, and marching localized sensory overload fields, maybe even messing directly with brainwaves, military-grade psychological warfare. Illusion tech turned up to 11. They weren't just hiding something here. They were weaponizing the island itself, turning the ruins and the fog into a weapon designed to break minds, to create terror, to make witnesses unreliable, to make people believe in ghosts. The cadet hadn't died from faulty equipment. He died because he stumbled into the kill zone of a weapon system no one was supposed to know existed. And now, they knew I was here. The hunt was definitely on. I had to get out of the disorientation field's range. Clutching my head, fighting the nausea, I scrambled backwards, crab-crawling down the slope, away from the hidden lens. The phantom sounds and lights began to fade slightly as I put distance between myself and the projector, but the sick feeling lingered. Okay, deep breaths. Analyze. They had illusion tech. They had active camo or stealth suits. They had sensors everywhere. They knew someone was poking around. What was I missing? What was the point of all this? Just to keep hikers away? No, that didn't track. The expense, the sophistication, this was protecting something valuable. I needed to see what they were guarding. I needed to get inside, past the illusions, past the sensors. The fog gave me an idea. It had worked for them. Maybe it could work for me. Using the thick, disorienting mist as cover, I decided to circle around the main complex again, looking for a less obvious way in, maybe an old service tunnel, something not covered by the main illusion grid. It took hours, crawling through wet ditches, scrambling over collapsed walls, always listening, always watching. The fog was both a blessing and a curse, hiding me but also making it impossible to see more than a few yards. Then I saw them, figures moving through the mist near the old radar dome, a skeletal metal structure on another high point. Not flickering illusions this time. These looked solid, real, moving with crisp, military precision, drilling, practicing maneuvers in the fog. Their gear, it wasn't standard issue, not US Army, not any regular military I recognized. Sleek black combat suits, integrated helmets with tinted faceplates, carrying rifles that looked like advanced prototypes, bulky attachments suggesting specialized functions. Definitely not cadets on a training exercise. These guys were pros, mercenaries, black ops. They moved in perfect unison, silent, deadly, like wraiths in the mist. The phantoms weren't just illusions. Sometimes they were real soldiers using the illusions and the fog as cover. I shadowed a pair of them as they finished their drill, melting back towards the radar dome. They didn't head for any obvious bunker entrance. Instead, they moved to a seemingly unimportant patch of ground near the dome's base, partially hidden by overgrown bushes. One of them knelt, fiddled with something I couldn't see, and a section of the earth just slid away, revealing a hidden shaft. Metal rungs descended into darkness. My pulse quickened. This was it. After they disappeared down the shaft and the cover slid silently back into place, I waited. 10 agonizing minutes. Then, moving like smoke, I approached the spot, found the concealed mechanism, a pressure plate disguised as a rock, activated it. The cover slid open again. Below, the metal rungs disappeared into blackness. Filtered air, same as I'd felt in the hidden comms room, drifted up. I could hear a faint hum from below. Machinery. Taking a breath, I swung onto the rungs and started down. It was a long climb, maybe 50 feet. The shaft opened into another modern-looking tunnel, brightly lit with utility lights. And at the end of the tunnel, an elevator. Sleek, brushed steel doors. Operational. This place wasn't just a surface ruin with some hidden tech. There was a whole complex underneath. Active, staffed, secure. I waited until the tunnel was clear, then hot-wired the elevator call button panel. Old skills die hard. The doors slid open silently. Inside, standard elevator buttons, but also a keypad lock for lower levels. I bypassed it quickly. Security systems are only as good as the assumptions of the people who install them. I hit the button for the lowest level indicated. The elevator descended smoothly, silently, deep underground. The doors opened onto chaos. Not chaos like panic, chaos like industry. A massive underground space, brightly lit, echoing with noise. Forklifts moved pallets stacked high with crates. Technicians in lab coats monitored complex machinery along one wall. And everywhere, weapons. Crates were being opened, their contents inspected and logged by more of those black-clad, masked soldiers. Advanced rifles, cases of specialized ammunition, racks of tactical gear. But it was the other stuff that made my jaw drop. Rows upon rows of the active camouflage units. Folded suits, looking inert but humming faintly. Piles of compact projectors, like the one I saw on the ridge, but smaller, portable maybe. Devices that looked like thermal distorters, designed to mask heat signatures. Sonic emitters. This wasn't just a stash. It was a factory, an armory, a staging ground for deploying that illusion warfare tech on a massive scale. These weren't just mercs guarding a secret. This was the secret. An illegal, off-the-books arms operation dealing in next-generation stealth and psychological warfare technology. Technology that could make armies invisible, create phantom battalions, sow terror and confusion on any battlefield. Who was running this? Who was funding it? Who were they selling to? The questions hammered at me. This was bigger than a cover-up of a training accident. This was geopolitical. This could destabilize entire regions. I needed evidence, proof. I moved carefully along the catwalks overlooking the main floor, staying in the shadows. Pulled out a couple of micro cameras, tiny things, easy to conceal. Planted one overlooking the main storage area, another focused on the technicians working on the camo suits. Activated them, hoping their short-range burst transmitters could piggyback on the existing comms network I'd found earlier, send the feed up to a hidden relay I could access later. I needed to get word out. Let command know what was really happening here. I found a quiet corner behind some stacked crates, pulled out a small encrypted burst transmitter, another personal item, linked it to my sat phone, which thankfully had a weak signal down here. Typed out a coded message. Phantom is real. Active hostile force. Advanced illusion stealth tech. Underground base confirmed. Request immediate action. Jake. Sent. Now, just had to hope it got through the island's interference and someone was listening. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, mission accomplished for now, I started to pull back, planning my route out. Had to get back to the surface, find a defensible spot, transmit the camera feeds, and wait for backup. Or more likely, fight my way out. I took one step back onto the metal grating of the catwalk. The sound, small as it was, echoed in the sudden hush that fell over the cavern floor below. Every head snapped up. Every masked face turned towards the shadows where I stood. Busted. There was no time to think. Just react. 2 guards below raised their rifles, beams from weapon-mounted lights cutting through the gloom, zeroing in on me. I didn't wait for them to fire. I sprinted back along the catwalk towards the elevator shaft access tunnel. Alarms started blaring, loud klaxons echoing off the cavern walls. Doors slammed shut down below. Figures scrambled, shouting orders. I reached the tunnel just as 2 more guards emerged from a side passage ahead. No way forward. Back towards the elevator? Suicide. Think fast, Jake. My eyes darted around. Pipework ran along the ceiling. Maintenance access? Worth a shot. I holstered my pistol, leaped, grabbed onto a thick pipe, and swung myself up, scrambling onto a narrow ledge hidden in the shadows above the tunnel entrance. Just in time. The guards rushed past underneath me, heading for the elevator shaft. Okay, temporary reprieve. But where to go? I couldn't stay up here. Looking down the service tunnel the guards had come from, I saw blinking lights, power conduits. An idea sparked. Risky, but maybe. I dropped silently back to the floor, peeked around the corner. The elevator doors were sealed tight. Good. Now to make sure they stayed that way. I located the main power junction box for the elevator system on the tunnel wall, ripped the cover off. Sparks flew as I jammed the blade of my combat knife across the main terminals, shorting the whole system out. A shower of sparks, a loud crackle, and the lights in the elevator shaft went dark. That should disable it, at least for a while. No reinforcements coming from below that way. Now escape. I couldn't go back the way I came. Had to find another route to the surface. Old tunnel maps I'd memorized showed a network of service passages and ventilation shafts, remnants of the original World War II construction, supposedly sealed off, but maybe accessible from this newer complex. I ran, down dark, echoing corridors, following signs only I could interpret from the faded, water-stained schematics in my memory. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of pursuit, shouted commands, boots pounding on metal grating. They knew the layout better than I did, and they had drones. Small, buzzing shapes zipped past junctions ahead, their sensor lights sweeping the darkness. I ducked into alcoves, crawled through ventilation ducts barely wide enough to squeeze through, the smell of rust and stale air thick in my lungs. One drone spotted me as I crossed an open intersection. A high-pitched whine, and it shot towards me. I fired my pistol, the sound deafening in the confined space, hitting it square. It exploded in a shower of sparks and plastic shards. But the shot gave away my position. More guards converged. I could hear them closing in. I needed an edge. My eyes fell on a discarded pile of material near a maintenance hatch. Camouflage netting. Not the advanced stealth suits, but old-school military netting, probably used for covering equipment. Better than nothing. I quickly draped it over myself, blending into the shadows and debris along the tunnel wall. 2 guards rushed past my position, their helmet lights sweeping the area, but they didn't spot me hunkered down in the darkness. Close call. I needed to disable their eyes and ears. Using the stolen netting as cover, I moved through the surface complex again, this time with a different purpose. Find their sensor relays, their comms boosters, their illusion projectors. Take them out. Blind them. Sow some confusion of my own. I found a junction box feeding power to the projectors on the western perimeter. A well-placed charge of plastique, scavenged earlier, took it out with a muffled crump. Found an antenna array hidden atop a crumbling bunker, snipped the cables, disabled a motion sensor grid covering the main courtyard by bypassing the control panel. One by one, I was poking holes in their web, making them vulnerable, making them nervous. But I got careless. Moving across an open space near the ruined barracks, I misjudged the shadow line. A spotlight, mounted high on a watchtower I hadn't disabled yet, swept across the area. Caught me. "Contact, Sector 4!" The shout echoed across the compound. Figures emerged from doorways, from behind ruined walls. Muzzle flashes lit up the night. Bullets ricocheted off the concrete around me with angry whines. No more stealth. Time to fight. I dove behind a collapsed section of bunker wall, bullets chipping concrete near my head. Drew my Glock, took a deep breath. They thought they were fighting a ghost before? Fine. I'd give them a real one. A pissed-off one. I popped up, fired 3 quick shots towards the nearest muzzle flashes. A grunt, and one figure went down. Rolled to a new position as return fire hammered the spot I'd just left. This was my terrain now. I knew the angles, the cover, the shadows from my earlier recon. They were fighting on my turf. Used a crumbling trench to flank 2 more guards, setting up a heavy weapon. Took them out from behind before they even knew I was there. Dashed across open ground under covering fire from somewhere I couldn't pinpoint, feeling a searing pain graze my shoulder. Damn it, the same shoulder. Diving into the skeletal remains of the old radar dish structure. 3 down. How many more? Felt like dozens. They were disciplined, well-equipped, but they were fighting an enemy they couldn't predict, in terrain designed for defense. I had the advantage for now. But I was bleeding, tired, and running low on ammo. This couldn't last forever. The island itself seemed to turn against me then, as if sensing its masters were in trouble. Hidden systems, dormant until now, flickered to life. A section of ground I was about to cross erupted inwards, a concealed pressure plate mine. I threw myself backwards just in time, the blast showering me with dirt and debris, ringing my ears. Okay, add hidden explosives to the list. Then the sonic fields kicked back in, stronger this time. Not just disorienting noise, but focused waves of low-frequency sound that vibrated deep in my chest, made my teeth ache, made it hard to think straight. The world shimmered, nausea threatening to overwhelm me again. They were trying to flush me out, cripple me with sensory attacks. I had to get underground again, find shelter from the sonic assault. I stumbled towards the nearest bunker entrance, half blinded by the lingering effects of the mine blast, ears ringing. Dove inside, into the relative quiet of the thick concrete walls. It led down into a network of salt-stained, dripping catacombs beneath the main fortress. Old munitions storage, maybe. Perfect place to get lost. Perfect place to set a trap. I crawled through narrow, damp passages, the sound of my own ragged breathing loud in the silence. My shoulder throbbed mercilessly, leaving a smear of blood on the damp wall. They were hunting me down here too. I could hear their cautious movements echoing from the tunnels behind me. They were spreading out, sweeping the area. I needed something big, something to even the odds. In one larger chamber I found it, an old anti-ship cannon emplacement facing out towards a collapsed sea cave. The gun itself was rusted junk, useless, but beside it, stacked carefully, were several crates, marked with faded stenciling, high explosives, old, unstable probably, but still potent. An idea formed, a desperate one. Using wire stripped from a defunct electrical panel and the timer from one of my own disabled sensors, I rigged a crude directional bomb, packed the old explosives around the cannon's breech, facing inwards, towards the tunnel intersection where I knew they'd have to pass. Set the timer for 5 minutes. Then I ran, scrambled back through the maze of tunnels, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the rigged cannon. Found a narrow ventilation shaft heading upwards, prayed it led somewhere useful. Behind me, I heard them enter the chamber. Cautious voices, echoing footsteps. Then, silence. Maybe they saw the rig? Boom. The whole bunker complex shuddered. A deep, gut-wrenching explosion roared through the tunnels, the shockwave throwing me against the shaft wall. Dust and debris rained down. Hopefully that took care of a few more of them. How many were left? Couldn't be many now. Maybe just their best. Their elite hunters. I emerged from the vent shaft into the ruins of what looked like an old radio command center near the island's highest point. Twisted antennas, smashed consoles, shattered vacuum tubes crunching underfoot, and in the corner, miraculously intact, was a transmitter console. Old, bulky World War II vintage, but maybe, just maybe, it still had power routed from somewhere. Worth a try. My sat-link was too unreliable, too easily jammed. This old beast might punch through. I found a backup generator connection, jury-rigged it to the transmitter's power input. Lights flickered on the panel. A low hum started up. Yes, pulled out the micro-camera receiver, jacked it into the transmitter's auxiliary input. Found the frequency command had given me for emergencies, flipped the transmit switch, started uploading everything I had. The camera feeds from the underground base showing the weapons and the masked soldiers, my own audio logs documenting the illusion tech and the attacks, thermal images, sensor logs, everything. Proof. Undeniable proof. The upload crawled, agonizingly slow. Each percentage point ticking up felt like an eternity. Outside, the sounds of searching intensified. They knew where the explosion came from. They'd be converging on this position. Come on, come on! Suddenly a voice crackled through the old radio's speaker, static-filled but clear. Baseplate, this is Overwatch. We read you. Receiving data package now. Looks significant. Hostiles closing on your position? Relief washed over me, so strong my knees almost buckled. Affirmative, Overwatch, I gasped into the microphone, my voice hoarse. Heavy resistance. Need immediate extraction. How long? Data confirmed, the voice came back, tighter now. Bird is inbound, ETA 3 hours. Repeat, 3 hours. Can you hold out, baseplate? 3 hours? 3 hours felt like a lifetime. Looking out through a shattered window, I saw figures moving cautiously up the slope towards the command center. Fast movers, armored, looked like pros. "No," I transmitted back, my voice grim. "No, I can't hold for 3 hours. But I'll try." I had maybe 30 minutes, tops. I had to make a final stand, and I had to make sure that whatever happened to me, they couldn't just sweep this under the rug. The data was transmitting, but command needed time. I had to buy them that time. There was one target left that mattered, the heart of the illusion system. That hidden projector array on the northern ridge, controlled from somewhere nearby. If I could take that out, I'd punch a hole in their defenses, maybe blind them enough for the extraction team. Wait. The lighthouse. Old structure, right near the northern ridge. Perfect place for a control center. High ground, clear line of sight. Had to be it. I grabbed the last of my scavenged explosives and whatever ammo I had left. Slipped out of the radio bunker through a collapsed rear wall, heading for the lighthouse, keeping low. They were expecting me to dig in, make a last stand at the radio center. Good. Let them. The lighthouse stood stark against the pre-dawn sky, its lamp long dark. The door was reinforced steel, modern, definitely in use. I planted charges around the base, near load-bearing points I could identify, rigged them to a single remote detonator. Then, I kicked the door open. Inside wasn't rusted machinery. It was a high-tech control room. Screens glowed, showing feeds from sensors all over the island, tactical overlays, controls for the illusion projectors and sonic fields. And standing there, silhouetted against the monitors, was a single figure. Tall, dressed in the same black command gear as the merc leader I'd glimpsed underground. But this one wasn't wearing a mask. My blood ran cold. I knew that face. Older, lines etched deeper by stress and time, but unmistakable. Colonel Shaw, my old commanding officer from Kandahar, the one who supposedly died in the ambush that led to my discharge, the one whose death hung over my disgrace. He turned slowly, a grim, almost sad smile on his face. "Jake," he said, his voice calm, familiar, chilling. "Always resourceful, always turning up where you're least expected. I should have known they'd send you." "Shaw? You're alive?" My voice was barely a whisper. Disbelief warred with a sudden sickening understanding. Reports of my demise were strategically advantageous, he said, gesturing around the control room. Kandahar taught me a few things. The limitations of conventional warfare, the power of fear, of illusion. This, he swept his arm wide, encompassing the technology, the island, the phantom army. This is the future, a controllable, deniable force. Weapons that win wars before they even start. An empire built on shadows. He started to monologue then, about betrayal by the brass, about needing funding, about selling his tech to the highest bidder, about how I, of all people, should understand the need to operate outside the rules. The usual rogue commander speech. I didn't let him finish. Didn't care about his justifications, his twisted logic. He faked his death, let me take the fall, built this nightmare, killed that kid. That was enough. I raised my Glock and shot him, twice in the chest, center mass. He staggered back, surprise replacing the arrogance on his face, looked down at the spreading red stains on his black fatigues, then looked back at me, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Regret? Recognition? Then he collapsed, silent, amongst the glowing screens. Footsteps pounded up the lighthouse stairs. His men, alerted by the shots. No time. I backed towards the doorway, raised the remote detonator, held down the button. "For the ghosts, Shaw," I muttered. The world erupted in fire and noise. Concrete screamed, metal twisted. The lighthouse, the control center, the heart of the phantom operation, imploded downwards in a cloud of dust and smoke. The blast threw me clear, out into the pre-dawn light, skidding across the rocky ground. Pain flared everywhere. Then darkness rushed in. Flashes, voices, urgent, unfamiliar, Hands lifting me, the chop, chop, chop of helicopter blades getting louder, the smell of jet fuel, pain, injecting something into my arm. Blessed oblivion. When I woke up, I was in a clean, sterile room. Military hospital looked like. Bandaged, sore, but alive. A man in a crisp uniform, no insignia I recognized, sat by the bed. He told me the official story. Fort Vaco incident closed. Tragic training accident during a classified exercise resulted in catastrophic equipment failure. Multiple fatalities, including rogue elements attempting unauthorized weapons testing. Island secured. Evidence scrubbed. Nothing to see here. My involvement never happened. My dishonorable discharge? Under review, likely to be adjusted. Quietly. Redemption, kinda. Delivered anonymously. They let me keep a copy of the helmet cam footage, though. Digitally cleaned up. Why? Maybe as a reminder. Maybe because they knew some things can't be scrubbed clean that easily. I watch it sometimes, late at night, when the silence gets too loud. Not because I doubt what I saw, what I did on that island. No, I know that was real. The illusions, the tech, Shaw, the mercs. They were flesh and blood, twisted by ambition and war. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear it. Faintly. The sound of boots marching on concrete just outside my door. The distant echo of drills starting at dawn. The whispers of men who never really left their war, whether it was in Kandahar or on that cursed island. The phantoms they created at Fort Vaco were just technology, smoke and mirrors. But the real ghosts, the ones made of memory, of trauma, of betrayal, those are the ones that follow you home, the ghosts of flesh and blood, and they don't need projectors to haunt you. The name itself, Deadlight Radio, still sends a shiver down my spine, even now. I first heard it whispered in a greasy spoon diner, way out on Route 6. The kind of place where the coffee's always a little burnt, and the air hangs thick with the smell of diesel and desperation. The trucker who said it matched the decor. He was a big guy, looked like he'd wrestled a few too many 18-wheelers and lost. His eyes were bloodshot, and he smelled like he hadn't slept in days, just run on fumes and fear. He was poking at a plate of eggs that looked more like a yellow puddle. "It only comes on between 3 and 4 in the morning," he mumbled, his voice raspy, like sandpaper. "Just static at first, a whole lot of it. Then you hear voices." He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Familiar voices. I heard my little girl, my Sarah. She called out to me, clear as day. He looked up at me then, and his eyes were swimming. She died in 2009, leukemia. There's no way. I didn't say anything. What could I say? I just nodded, pulled out my worn leather notebook, the one I carry everywhere, filled with the ghosts of other people's lives, and jotted it down. Right beneath my latest entry, Marcy Weller, 17 years old, vanished last week. Her last text message to her best friend, a frantic string of words, ended with, "Heard Dad on the radio. He sounded so scared." Marcy's dad had been dead for 5 years. The coincidence felt like a cold finger tracing its way up my arm. I'm Detective Monroe, by the way. Missing persons is my beat, or maybe it's more accurate to say it's my burden. Each name in that notebook is a story without an ending, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. That night, back at the motel, a place with peeling wallpaper and the kind of quiet that lets you hear the mice skittering in the walls, something else found its way to me. An envelope, plain white, no return address, slid silently under my door. I picked it up, my heart doing a little jump. You get jumpy in my line of work. Inside, there was no letter, no note, just a small black USB drive. My old laptop whirred to life, the screen casting a pale glow in the dim room. I hesitated for a second, a voice in my head screaming, "Don't do it," but I had to. I plugged it in. The speakers hissed. Static. That same sound the trucker described. It filled the small room, an angry, scratching noise that made my teeth ache. Then, through the digital snow, a whisper. A woman's voice, so faint I had to lean in close. It was thin, trembling, like a dry leaf caught in a breeze. "They buried me," she whispered, the words cracking. "They buried me beneath the static." My blood ran cold. This wasn't some teenager's prank. There was a tremor in that voice, a raw, jagged edge of fear that you just can't fake. Or if you can, it's a kind of evil I didn't want to think about. Either way, it wasn't something I could just ignore. That whisper, it wrapped around me, tight and cold, and pulled me toward something dark. I knew right then this wasn't just another case. This was something else entirely. The next morning, I drove towards Carrion Ridge. The name itself sounded like a warning. The old radio tower there was supposed to be a relic, a skeleton of steel abandoned by the government way back in '87. Decommissioned, they called it. Dead. But the trucker had mentioned the signal being strong near the ridge. As I got within 5 miles, my car started acting weird. The GPS on my dashboard just blinked out, screen going black. I tried my phone, wanting to call into the station, but there was no signal. Just that little empty bar icon staring back at me. Then the car radio, which was definitely off, started to hiss. That same angry static, clawing its way out of the speakers, even louder this time. It felt like the air itself was charged, humming with something unseen. I'd asked around town before heading up. The locals, the ones who'd lived in the shadow of Carrion Ridge their whole lives, they avoided the place like the plague. One old fella, skin like tanned leather, eyes that had seen too many winters, he'd leaned in close, his breath smelling of coffee and something sour. "Ghosts don't haunt houses anymore, detective," he'd said, his voice low and gravelly. "They haunt frequencies. That tower, it ain't dead. It's just listening." The tower itself was a rusted giant, clawing at the sky, draped in vines like funeral shrouds. It looked like it was slowly surrendering to the wilderness, being swallowed by the trees and the silence. But there was a feeling around it, a heavy stillness that wasn't natural. It felt watchful. I pushed through some overgrown brush, the branches scratching at my jacket. And there it was, hidden beneath a tangle of weeds and years of neglect, a trap door. Heavy wood, with a rusty iron ring. Around it, in the damp earth, I saw boot prints. Not old ones either. These were fresh. Someone had been there recently. Someone knew about this supposedly dead tower. My hand went to the cold comfort of the Glock holstered at my hip. Whatever was down there, it probably wasn't friendly. I backed away, not wanting to announce my presence just yet. I needed more information, that USB stick, that whisper. It was time to see what the experts could make of it. Back in the city, I went straight to our forensic audio analyst, a guy named Benny. Benny was a wizard with sound, could pull a whisper out of a hurricane. His lab was a small, cluttered room, always smelling faintly of ozone and hot electronics, filled with screens and complicated-looking machines. He looked like he hadn't seen sunlight in a decade, pale and intense, but his ears were golden. I handed him the USB. "Got this last night," I said. "Plays a woman's voice, whispering. Says she's buried beneath the static." Benny raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything, just took the drive and plugged it into his console. He put on a pair of heavy-duty headphones, his eyes closing in concentration as he listened. The static filled his small lab too, just for a moment, before he started clicking away, his fingers flying over a keyboard. Filters, equalizers, noise reduction. He worked his magic. After a while, he took off the headphones, a strange look on his face. "Okay, Monroe, this is weird." He pointed to a complex waveform on his main screen. "There are layers here, a lot of layers. The main whisper, the one you heard, that's there. But underneath it, there are other voices, dozens of them, maybe more, faint, distorted." He kept working, isolating sounds, cleaning them up. "They're spliced," he said finally, leaning back. "Taken from real recordings. I'm hearing bits of police interviews, snippets that sound like therapy sessions, even old voicemail messages. Someone's taking pieces of real people's lives, their pain, their fear, and weaving them together. It's like they've built a soundscape out of pure misery." He played a segment. a young woman's voice pleading. "Don't tell him I'm dead," it repeated over and over, the loop making it sound desperate and mechanical at the same time. "Don't tell him I'm dead. Don't tell him I'm dead." The voice was tinged with an unnatural echo. "That's Elena Crane," Benny said, his voice quiet. He pulled up a file on another screen, a missing person poster. Elena Crane, smiling faintly, dark hair, trusting eyes. Reported missing 5 years ago, vanished without a trace. This bit, the "don't tell him I'm dead" part, it's from a therapy session recording. Part of her confidential case file. How the hell did anyone get this? My gut clenched. This was getting darker by the minute, using someone's private pain, twisting it into this ghostly broadcast. Then Benny froze. He'd isolated another strand of audio, something different. "Wait a minute," he muttered, adjusting his headphones, leaning closer to his speakers. He played it. It wasn't a loop. It wasn't spliced. It was just a few seconds of someone breathing, a shaky, terrified breath, then a muffled sob. It sounded live, raw. "This one," Benny said, looking at me, his eyes wide. "This clip, Monroe. There are no prior records for it, no source file I can identify, and I can't trace its origin. It's like it's being broadcast in real time, but from where? I have no idea. It's clean, too clean." A live, untraceable voice mixed in with the ghosts of the past. My mind went back to Marcy Weller. Heard Dad on the radio. He sounded so scared. Was her father's voice a splice from an old home movie? Or was it something else? Something happening right now? I spent the next few days glued to my computer, cross-referencing every voice fragment Benny managed to pull from that USB, and from newer, fainter recordings I started picking up on a specialized receiver tuned to that strange frequency. Each name Benny identified, I ran through the National Missing Persons database. The list grew and grew. 17 names, 17 lives, all vanished. All last seen somewhere in the vicinity of Carrion Ridge over the past decade. Young women, older men, even a couple of kids, each one a fresh stab of guilt, of urgency. These weren't just voices in the static. These were people. Most of the cases were cold, forgotten by everyone but the families who still waited, still hoped. But one name on that list gave me a flicker of something. Caleb Morris. He was listed as missing, presumed dead, for 2 years. A trucker, like the one in the diner. His rig had gone off a cliffside road not far from the ridge. They never found his body, but the cab was crushed. Everyone assumed he was gone. But the report had a small addendum. A hiker had found a man, delirious and badly injured, a few miles from the crash site about a week later. He'd had no ID, couldn't remember his name. He'd ended up in a state facility for a while, then drifted. I tracked him down to a rundown boarding house on the edge of town, a place that smelled of stale beer and regret. Caleb Morris was alive. Barely. He was a shadow of the man in his old trucker license photo. Gaunt, shaking, his eyes haunted. He mostly lived in a bottle now. It took me a while, and a lot of gentle coaxing, to get him to talk. When I mentioned the radio, Deadlight Radio, he flinched like I'd struck him. "She talked to me," he finally whispered, his voice hoarse, staring at the peeling paint on the wall. "My little girl, Lily. After the crash, I was pinned in the cab. Radio was busted, sparking. Then I heard her, singing a lullaby I used to sing to her when she was tiny." His eyes filled with tears. "She told me she missed me, said things only she could know. Little secrets we had." He shuddered, a full body tremor. "They even had her laugh. You know, that little snort she did when she got really excited, when she was about to burst with happiness." He looked at me, his eyes pleading for me to understand, or maybe to tell him he was crazy. How could they know that? How could they have that laugh? He wasn't lying. I saw it in his eyes, the raw terror. I'm no doctor, but I could see his pupils were wide, his pulse probably racing just from remembering it. This wasn't just a drunk's rambling. This was a man tormented by something he couldn't explain, something that had broken him. The voices weren't just calling out to the living. They were luring them, maybe even causing them to crash, to wander off, to disappear. What if Marcy Weller hadn't just heard her dad? What if she'd gone looking for him, following that voice into the dark? The trapdoor under the old radio tower on Carrion Ridge was still on my mind, but Caleb's story, Benny's discovery of that untraceable live audio feed, it made me think. The tower on the ridge was probably just that, a relay, a broadcast point. The source, the place where these terrible audio manipulations were being created, had to be somewhere else, somewhere hidden, somewhere with power, somewhere they could control the signal. I went back over the maps, the case files, the timelines of the disappearances. Most were last seen near the ridge, yes, but there was a small cluster, a few of the earlier ones, whose last known locations were a little further east, towards an old, forgotten part of the county, a place dotted with abandoned farms and crumbling little churches, places where nobody went anymore. One of those places was an old chapel, St. Augustine's, deconsecrated decades ago, left to rot. It was about 5 miles east of Carrion Ridge, hidden deep in a thicket of woods. It felt like a long shot, but I had a hunch. The chapel was even worse than I imagined. The roof had caved in places, and the stained glass windows were mostly jagged holes. It smelled of damp earth, decaying wood, and animal droppings. But as I pushed open the heavy, creaking main door, I saw it. Wires. Thick black cables snaking across the dusty floor, disappearing through holes punched crudely in the crumbling plaster walls. My heart pounded. This was it. Inside, it was a bizarre mix of the sacred and the profane. The old altar was still there, but it was covered in electronic equipment. Laptops, screens dark but humming faintly, spools of copper wire, strange antennas, and in the corner, a bank of solar generators gleaming incongruously in the dim light filtering through the broken roof. This was no amateur setup. This was sophisticated. As I stepped further into the nave, a small red light blinked on from a tiny camera mounted high up in the rafters, almost invisible in the gloom. Then, a voice, not a whisper this time, clear, calm, and chillingly amused. It came from small speakers mounted around the chapel, hidden in the shadows. "Detective Monroe," the voice said, smooth as silk, with a faint, almost imperceptible echo. "Welcome. You're late to the broadcast. We were beginning to wonder if you'd ever find us." My hand went to my weapon. I scanned the shadowy corners of the chapel, but I knew he wasn't here. This was just another part of his stage. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice sounding louder than I intended in the eerie silence. "Oh, you can call me Host Zero," the voice replied, that same unnerving calm. "A fitting name, don't you think, for someone who broadcasts from the edge of oblivion?" There was a pause, then a soft chuckle that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "I must say, Detective, you've been more persistent than most. Host Zero." The name sounded like something out of a comic book, but there was nothing funny about this. This man, whoever he was a puppeteer, pulling the strings of grief and fear. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Terrorizing people? Using their dead loved ones?" "Terrorizing?" The voice sounded almost offended. No, Detective. I'm providing a service, a comfort. People would rather believe their dead still speak to them, even in whispers, even in static, than accept the cold, hard truth that they're simply gone." He paused. "Grief is a powerful thing, Monroe. It makes people desperate. It makes them beg for any sign, any illusion. I just supply the signal. I give them what they crave." He told me more then, his voice smooth and confident, almost hypnotic. He was a failed radio personality, he said. Someone who understood the power of the human voice, the intimacy of radio, but who never got his big break. He'd found a new audience, he boasted, a captive one. He'd started small, just experimenting with voice manipulation software, old recordings. Then he'd realized the potential. He'd built a network, a dark market radio cult, he called it. Audio engineers who could splice a breath into a symphony of sorrow. Hackers who could pluck voices from forgotten voicemails, from sealed police files, from therapy sessions. Ex-cons who handled the acquisitions. They'd learned how to monetize ghost stories, how to blackmail grieving families for airtime immunity. Pay up, and your loved one stays silent. Don't pay, and who knows what horrors they might be made to whisper in the dead of night. It was a monstrous operation, built on exploiting the deepest, most vulnerable parts of human emotion. He had a god complex, all right, and a terrifying gift for mimicry, for understanding the cadence of pain. "You're sick," I said, the words feeling inadequate. "Perhaps," Host Zero conceded, his voice still infuriatingly calm. "But I'm also very, very good at what I do, and many people are listening, Detective. Many more than you think." The standoff, if you could call it that, me in a ruined chapel, him a disembodied voice, ended with him telling me that finding this place didn't mean I'd found him, that the broadcast would continue, that the dead would always have something to say. Then the speakers clicked off, leaving me in the oppressive silence of the desecrated church, the red light of the camera still glowing like a malevolent eye. But he'd made a mistake. He'd talked too much. And while he was talking, my team, alerted by a silent tracker I'd activated when I found the chapel, was already moving. We knew the chapel was a studio, a production house, but the main transmitter, the powerful one needed to reach across the region, that had to be Carrion Ridge, and that trap door. The raid on the facility beneath the Carrion Ridge radio tower was swift. My guys were good. We breached the trapdoor expecting resistance, but it was mostly automated down there, a labyrinth of wires, servers, and broadcasting equipment, humming away in the darkness. It was a technological marvel, a testament to perverted genius. But there was one room, tucked away in the deepest part of the bunker, that was different. It was lead-lined, soundproof. The air inside was cold, still. As we cut through the heavy steel door, a smell hit us, chemical, metallic, and underneath it, something else, something sickeningly sweet. Inside, the concrete walls were bare, except for one section. It looked newer, different. We got to work, chipping away at it. It was a false wall. Behind it, there was a chamber, small, dark. A single microphone, high quality, was suspended from the ceiling. It hung directly above a mound of cloth on a raised platform. Soft, white cloth, like a shroud. My breath caught in my throat. I knew, even before we touched it, what we were going to find. We unwrapped the cloth, carefully. It was Alina Crane, the woman from the missing poster. The voice Benny had isolated, pleading, "Don't tell him I'm dead." She was preserved, not like in a morgue, more like a grotesque museum piece. Her eyes were closed, her face pale but peaceful, almost serene. But the horror was what was done to her. Tiny, almost invisible wires, like spider silk, were connected to her throat, to her vocal cords. Audio pickups, incredibly sensitive. Benny, who'd insisted on coming, turned away, his face green. Even the toughest guys on my team looked shaken. A small, refrigerated unit hummed quietly in the corner of the chamber, maintaining a precise, low temperature. A complex system of tubes and IV drips led to her body. They hadn't just recorded her before she died. They had kept her on the edge, her body alive, her vocal cords stimulated, capturing sounds, whispers, breaths, for days, maybe weeks, as she slowly, horribly, faded away. Her final words, her final sounds, looped and layered into the broadcast. It wasn't all synthetic. It wasn't all clever splicing of old recordings. Some of the voices, some of the most chillingly realistic whispers from Deadlight Radio, they were real, harvested, stolen from the very brink of death. This was Host Zero's masterpiece, his truest broadcast, the ultimate violation, the thought of Marcy Weller, of Caleb's daughter Lily, of all the others. Had they all ended up like this? Victims of a man who didn't just play God, but who played with the very essence of what it meant to be human, living or dead. We found evidence of other subjects. Not all were as well preserved as Elena. Some were just remnants. It was a slaughterhouse of sound. We dismantled everything, the relay towers, the studio in the chapel, the horrific laboratory beneath Carrion Ridge. The team was debriefed, a heavy silence hanging over all of us. Host Zero, whose real name turned out to be Arthur Jenkins, a disgraced local college radio DJ with a history of stalking and delusions of grandeur, was found hiding in a cheap motel a state over. He didn't resist. He just smiled, that same chillingly calm smile I imagined he had when he spoke to me as a disembodied voice. He was imprisoned, awaiting a long list of trials for kidnapping, fraud, extortion, and murder. Many, many murders. It felt like it was over. A dark chapter closed. I tried to tell myself that. A few weeks later, I was driving home. It was late, well past midnight. I was on Route 6 again, that same stretch of lonely highway where this whole nightmare had begun. The road was empty, the night quiet. My car stereo was off. I never listened to the radio much anymore. Then, a buzz. Soft at first, then louder, from the speakers. That familiar, angry hiss of static. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. My heart hammered against my ribs. No, I thought. No, it can't be. We got him. We shut it down. A whisper cut through the static. Faint, so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. A woman's voice. Not Elena's, someone new. You heard me, didn't you, detective? It breathed, seeming to come from right beside me in the car. You heard me all along. The static swelled, then receded just enough for another phrase to slice through the darkness. What you buried, the voice whispered, a cold, knowing amusement in its tone, is still transmitting. Then, the small green light on my car's dashboard, the one that showed the radio was on, flickered. Once, twice. And then it glowed steadily, a malevolent little eye in the dark. Deadlight radio was back. Or maybe it had never truly gone away. The signal, it seemed, had a life of its own. And it was still out there, whispering in the darkness, waiting for someone to tune in, waiting for its next victim. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that this wasn't over, not by a long shot. They say the desert keeps its secrets buried deep. I used to think that was just something people said to sound wise. Now I know better. Now I know some secrets should stay buried. My name is Jack Harmon. I've been a detective with the Bureau's Special Case Division for 15 years. Most people call us the ghost chasers because we get all the weird stuff nobody else wants. The cases that don't make sense. The ones that make people uncomfortable. I never believed in ghosts. Not even a little bit. I believed in facts, evidence, and the things I could see with my own two eyes. That's what made me good at my job. I didn't get distracted by wild stories or superstition. Then I got the file about Clearston. It was a Tuesday morning. My coffee was still too hot to drink when Captain Reeves dropped a thin folder on my desk. The label just said Clearston Incident. "What's this?" I asked, not looking up from my computer. "Your new case," Reeves said. "Body found out in the Nevada desert. Some prospector. Real mess." I flipped open the folder and felt my stomach turn. The photos showed a man sprawled on his back, arms out like he was making a snow angel in the sand. But his face was barely there, and his eye sockets were packed full of gold dust that glittered in the camera flash. "What the hell happened to him?" I asked. Reeves shrugged. "That's for you to figure out. Local sheriff is way out of his depth. No signs of a struggle. No footprints around the body except his own. And this." He tossed a small recorder on my desk. When I pressed play, a scratchy voice whispered through the static. "We never left. We're still mining." I felt a chill run down my spine. I'd heard a lot of creepy stuff in my 15 years, but something about that voice made my skin crawl. "Where exactly is Clearston?" I asked. "That's another weird thing," Reeves said. "It's not on any map. Locals say it was a mining town that burned down during the gold rush. Nothing there now but dust and bad memories." I grabbed my go-bag from under my desk. Sounds like my kind of place. The drive to Nevada took almost 8 hours. My GPS went crazy about 20 miles from where Clearston was supposed to be. The screen kept showing that spinning circle, like it was searching for something it couldn't find. I had to use an old paper map to get close. Then I just followed the dust trail left by the sheriff's department vehicles. The road turned from pavement to gravel to nothing but hard-packed dirt stretching into the distance. When I finally saw Clearston, it wasn't what I expected. I thought it would be empty desert with maybe a few burnt timbers sticking up from the sand, but after I crested a hill, I saw the outline of a town below me. Not ruins, but actual buildings. Nothing fancy, just old brick and weathered wood, but definitely buildings. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was seeing things from driving too long. But the town was still there, sitting in a bowl of desert like it had always been there, waiting. As I drove closer, something felt off. The air got heavier, like right before a thunderstorm. My radio filled with static, and I could have sworn I heard whispers between the bursts of noise. I parked at the edge of town, right by a crumbling brick archway. Someone had carved words into the stone. He who disturbs the veins wakes the dead. Great. Nothing like a creepy warning to make you feel welcome. The sheriff's office was easy to find, a small building with peeling paint and a crooked sign. Inside, Sheriff Lyle Hansen looked like he hadn't slept in a month. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his hands shook as he poured us both coffee. "Thank God you're here," he said. "I've got 4 bodies in 3 weeks, and I'm running out of places in my little morgue." I took a sip of the coffee and tried not to grimace. It was bitter enough to strip paint. "Tell me about the victims." Lyle sank into his chair. "All prospectors, independent types who came out here with metal detectors looking to strike it rich. They'd heard rumors about old mines with untouched gold." "And they all died the same way?" I asked. He nodded. "All had gold in their eyes or mouths, no blood at the scene, scorched fingertips, like they grabbed something hot. And the weirdest part? All of them were missing their findings, whatever gold they'd collected, but their boots were left behind, smoldering." I opened my notebook. "Any connections between them? Did they know each other?" "Not that I can tell. Different hometowns, different backgrounds, just the same hobby and the same bad luck." "Any witnesses? Security cameras? Anything?" Lyle laughed, but there was no humor in it. "In Clearston? We're lucky to have electricity." "No, Detective. No witnesses except—" He trailed off. "Except what?" He looked around like he thought someone might be listening. "Except the folks who say they've seen the miners." "What miners?" "Ghost miners. People around here say they come out at night, walk the old trails to the mines, carrying picks and lanterns, but they don't have faces. Just darkness where faces should be." I tried not to roll my eyes. Every small town had its ghost stories. "I'll need to see the bodies." The morgue was in the basement of the clinic. Dr. Sarah Chen was the town's only doctor, and she didn't look happy about doubling as a coroner. "This isn't my specialty," she said as she pulled out the drawers. "But I've done my best." The bodies were exactly like in the photos. 4 men, all with the same terrible wounds. Their faces were mutilated, eyes packed with gold dust. Their fingertips were black, like they'd been burned by something incredibly hot. "Cause of death?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Dr. Chen shook her head. "I can't explain it medically. There's no physical reason these men should be dead. No heart attacks, no strokes. It's like they just stopped. And the gold. Added after death. It's real gold, too. I tested it. Old gold, with a unique mineral signature. Not the kind of stuff you buy nowadays." I leaned closer to look at the blackened fingertips. "What about these burns?" "That's another mystery. It's not a normal burn pattern. More like their fingers were— I don't know how to describe it. Like the cells were disrupted at a molecular level." I spent the rest of the day interviewing locals, but no one had much to add. They all just seemed scared. Doors closed early, streets emptied at dusk. Everyone gave the same advice. Don't go near the old mines after dark. Of course, that's exactly what I planned to do. I waited until midnight. The desert gets cold at night, so I wore my heavy jacket and brought a thermos of coffee. This time it was my own brew. Strong, but not paint-thinner strong like the sheriff's. The old mine entrance was about a mile outside town. An abandoned ore processing facility stood nearby, its rusted machinery looking like giant metal skeletons in the moonlight. I set up my surveillance gear, night vision camera, thermal imaging, audio recorder, and settled in to wait. For the first few hours, nothing happened, just the occasional desert fox or rabbit scurrying by. The stars were incredible, though, so bright and clear you felt like you could reach up and touch them. Around 3 a.m., my equipment started going haywire. The thermal camera showed cold spots moving across the screen. The audio recorder picked up scraping sounds, like metal dragging on stone. Then I saw them. They came up from the mine entrance, men in old-fashioned clothes, carrying picks and lanterns. But they didn't walk like normal people. They scraped along, as if dragging invisible chains. And their arms had glowing veins running through them, pulsing like molten ore. I froze, unable to believe what I was seeing. My breath caught in my throat. These couldn't be real people, but they were too solid to be projections or holograms. When I pointed my thermal camera at them, they vanished from its screen. No heat signatures at all, except for one, a single human-sized blob of warmth hiding behind an old ore shaft about 50 yards to my right. I grabbed my flashlight and gun and ran toward it. Someone was there, a real living person. As I got closer, I saw it was a man in modern clothes. He saw me coming and took off running. "FBI, stop!" I shouted, but he didn't slow down. The chase led me deeper into the abandoned mining facility. The guy was quick, ducking between machinery and old buildings. I almost lost him twice. Then I saw him do something impossible. He ran straight through what looked like a solid rock face. I skidded to a stop, breathing hard. Had I imagined it? Was my mind playing tricks? I walked up to the rock wall and reached out to touch it. My hand went right through. It wasn't rock at all. It was some kind of high-tech hologram, perfectly mimicking the texture and appearance of the surrounding stone. I took a deep breath and stepped through. On the other side was a narrow passage that sloped downward. Modern electrical lights lined the ceiling. It looked like the entrance to a bunker or military installation. Definitely not an old mine shaft. I drew my gun and moved forward slowly. The passage opened into a massive underground chamber that made my jaw drop. This was no ghost story. This was a high-tech operation with equipment worth millions of dollars. Projection rigs were mounted on the walls, the kind used in advanced military training exercises. Sound disorientation fields hummed from speakers hidden in the rocks, and strangest of all, what looked like neural disruptors. Experimental tech I'd only heard rumors about. People in lab coats moved between workstations. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter. In the center of it all was a gleaming extraction system pulling something golden from the rock walls. Gold, but not like any gold I'd seen before. It seemed to pulse with its own inner light. I ducked behind some crates before anyone spotted me. This wasn't supernatural. This was an illegal black market operation. Ex-military types, scientific equipment, and what looked like serious money behind it all. They were using the ghost stories as cover. The miners I'd seen were projections, designed to scare people away. The deaths of the prospectors suddenly made sense. They'd gotten too close to this operation. They needed to be eliminated, but in a way that reinforced the supernatural narrative. I needed to get evidence back to headquarters. I took out my phone to snap photos, but there was no signal this far underground. I'd have to memorize as much as I could and get out. That's when I noticed a secure door at the far end of the chamber. Heavy steel with a biometric lock. Whatever was in there must be important. I waited, watching the patterns of the guards. When one scientist left through that door, I made my move. I slipped from my hiding spot and followed close behind him, catching the door before it locked again. Inside was worse than anything I could have imagined. The room was filled with documentation, files, photos, records dating back decades. People who had disappeared in this area over the years. Miners, drifters, hikers, even local teenagers. All listed as processed. No official investigations. No autopsies. Just silence. But that wasn't the worst part. Along one wall were cells. Inside those cells were people, or what had once been people. They were pale and thin, with golden veins visible beneath their skin. Their eyes were also gold, not just the iris, but the entire eye, glowing softly in the dim light. They didn't speak. They just watched me with those unblinking golden eyes. A plaque on the wall identified them as the Shiners, test subjects exposed to something called living gold, a rare compound that bonded to neural tissue. According to the files, Clearston wasn't abandoned by accident in the 1800s. It was sealed off after children working in the mines stopped aging. They had discovered a vein of this living gold, and a private company had used them as test subjects. When things went wrong, they locked the children underground and erased the town from maps. Some of those children were still alive, in these cages, after more than a century. I felt sick. This wasn't just criminal, it was monstrous. I had to do something, but first I needed backup. I carefully made my way back through the main chamber and up the passage. Once outside, I ran to my car and tried to call it in. Nothing. My phone was dead. So was my car. Complete electrical failure. They knew I was there. I could see lights coming from the direction of the fake mine entrance, flashlights bobbing in the darkness, people searching for me. I grabbed my backup weapon from the glove compartment and my emergency pack from the trunk. Then I moved deeper into the desert, hoping to circle around to town. That night was the longest of my life. I was hunted by armed operatives dressed in old-fashioned miner clothes, using light rigs to make them look ghostly. They had sonic cannons that mimicked human screams. The air was thick with some kind of drugged dust that made my head spin. But I'd memorized the terrain during the day. I knew where to hide, when to move, and I had something they didn't expect. The knowledge that they weren't ghosts. They were just men with tech and guns. I could handle men with guns. By dawn, I'd lost my pursuers and made it back to town. The sheriff's office was empty. No sign of Lyle. The clinic was closed tight. The few locals I saw hurried past with their eyes down, pretending not to see me. The whole town was in on it, or too scared to help. I broke into the sheriff's office and found a working radio. I called for backup from the nearest field office, giving them coordinates and a brief explanation. They promised a tactical team within 2 hours. I couldn't wait that long. The people in those cells, the Shiners, needed help now. And I needed to gather more evidence before whoever was behind this could destroy it all. I stole a truck from behind the gas station and drove back to the mining site. This time I didn't bother with stealth. I rammed through the holographic rock wall and sped down the passage. Alarms were already blaring when I burst into the main chamber. Guards opened fire, but I was ready. I returned fire, moving from cover to cover toward the secure door. By the time I reached it, I was bleeding from a graze on my arm, but I'd taken down 3 guards. I used one of their key cards to open the door and barricaded myself inside with the Shiners. Up close, they were even more disturbing. Their skin was translucent, showing golden veins beneath. Their movements were too smooth, too fluid to be natural. But their eyes were fully human despite the golden color, full of pain and hope. "I'm going to get you out," I told them, working to open their cells. One of them, a woman who looked about 20 but according to the files was over 100 years old, grabbed my hand. Her skin was hot, like she was running a fever. "You don't understand," she said, her voice raspy from disuse. "We can't leave. We're connected to it now, to the heart." "What heart?" I asked. She pointed to another door at the back of the room. "The heart of the hollow, the source." I opened that door and instantly wished I hadn't. Inside was what looked like an old mining elevator, but it was fused to something else, something organic. A massive, pulsing mass of flesh veined with gold. It beat slowly, like a giant heart. "What the hell is this?" I whispered. "Us," said the woman behind me. "It's us, the children who absorbed too much of the gold. Our bodies changed, merged. Their minds are the server now, their memories the encryption key." My mind raced to understand. "The gold mining operation out there, it's connected to this?" She nodded. "The gold is special. It bonds with neural tissue, creates networks. They harvest it, process it, ship it to buyers who use it in microprocessors. Untraceable cryptocurrency, weapons systems. And the ghosts? The miners people see, Some are projections, but some, she looked sad, some are real. The memories of those who died here are somehow stored in the gold. When new people come with the right sensitivity, they can see them, feel them. A pounding at the outer door told me my barricade wouldn't hold much longer. "I need to get you out of here," I said. "We told you, we can't leave. We're part of it now." She touched the golden veins in her arm. "But you can stop them. End this." "How?" "Destroy the heart. Set us free." The barricade broke. Men with guns poured into the outer room. I had seconds to decide. I pulled out the grenade I'd taken from one of the guards. The woman smiled and nodded. "Do it," she said. "We've been trapped for so long." I pulled the pin, rolled the grenade toward the pulsing heart, and dove behind a metal desk. The explosion was deafening in the confined space. The heart burst, spraying golden liquid everywhere. The shiners screamed, not in pain, but in what sounded like release. Their bodies glowed brighter and brighter until I had to shield my eyes. When I looked again, they were gone. Just empty cells and golden puddles on the floor. The men who'd broken through stood frozen, weapons lowered, staring at the destruction. At the center of them was an older man in an expensive suit, Dr. Peter Morvan, according to his ID badge, the scientist in charge. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" he asked, his voice surprisingly calm. "I didn't build ghosts, detective. I harvested belief. The power of human consciousness merged with natural elements. The next frontier of computing." "You tortured children," I said. "You killed innocent people." He shrugged. "Progress requires sacrifice." He raised a strange-looking gun, not a normal firearm, but some kind of energy weapon. Before he could fire, the golden liquid on the floor began to move. It flowed together, forming humanoid shapes. The Sheeners, or what was left of them, their golden bodies shimmered in the emergency lights. They moved toward Morvan and his men, who backed away in terror. "We remember," said a chorus of voices. "We remember what you did to us." I don't know exactly what happened next. The shiners surrounded Morvan and his men. There was a flash of golden light so bright it felt like the sun had risen underground, screaming, then silence. When my vision cleared, the shiners and Morvan were gone, just gone, like they'd never been there. The other men lay on the ground, unconscious but alive. I made my way back to the surface as quickly as I could. My backup had arrived, helicopters, tactical teams, the works. They secured the facility and arrested everyone they found. Evidence teams went in to document everything. But they never found Morvan, or the shiners, or any trace of the heart. The official story became that Clearston was an abandoned military test site with an illegal gold mining operation. There was a gas explosion. End of story. No mention of the living gold, or the ghosts, or the children who'd been trapped for more than a century. I tried to tell the truth, but my report was classified, redacted, then quietly shelved. They transferred me to a desk job in a basement office. Stress leave, they called it. Said I'd been working too hard, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And sometimes when the wind blows just right across the Nevada desert, I swear I can hear pickaxes striking stone, and voices whispering, "We never left. We're still mining." I don't tell ghost stories anymore. I don't need to. I lived one. And the worst part? I'm not sure it's over. Last week, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a small vial of gold dust and a note written in flowing script. "The veins run deeper than you know. Some debts are never paid. I don't sleep much these days. I keep the lights on. And every morning I check my eyes in the mirror, terrified I'll see a golden gleam looking back at me. Because that's the thing about the desert. It keeps its secrets buried deep. Until it doesn't." It started with a newspaper ad. That's the funny thing about life-changing moments. They don't announce themselves with thunder or lightning. They slip in quiet, like a shadow under your door. I remember it was Tuesday morning. Rain tapped against my apartment window, playing that gentle rhythm that makes you want to stay in bed. My coffee was getting cold on the kitchen counter. The newspaper spread out before me was filled with the usual stuff: politics, sports, people doing terrible things to each other. Then I saw it, a little box ad with fancy lettering that caught my eye. Experience luxury from a bygone era. The morning line, San Francisco to Seattle. A journey you'll never forget. Something about those words made my skin tingle. The name was odd. Who names a luxury train after sadness? But the picture showed this beautiful old-fashioned train, all polished wood and brass fixtures, cutting through misty mountains. It looked like something from an old movie. I wasn't planning any trips. My detective agency was doing okay, not great. I specialized in finding people who didn't want to be found. Cheating husbands, runaway teens, people who skipped town owing money. Not glamorous work, but it paid the bills. Then my phone rang. Is this Detective Leon Voss? The voice belonged to an older woman, cultured, rich, the kind who orders wine without looking at the price. Speaking, I said. My name is Pearlie Maris. My daughter Evangeline boarded the morning line 3 weeks ago. She never arrived in Seattle. My coffee sat forgotten as Mrs. Maris told me her story. Evangeline, 25, sole heir to the Maris shipping fortune. She'd taken the train north to visit her fiancé's family. The train company insisted she must have gotten off at one of the stops, but none of her belongings were missing. Her suitcase was still in her cabin when they checked. We received this yesterday, Mrs. Maris said. She emailed me a scan of a telegram. The paper looked old-fashioned, like the train itself. The message was short. Evangeline sends her love from beyond. Do not seek her. Some journeys have no return ticket. I felt that familiar itch at the back of my neck, the one that tells me something's very wrong. I'll take the case, I told her. 2 days later, I was standing on a platform in San Francisco, watching the morning line pull in. It was even more impressive in person. 6 vintage coaches restored to perfect condition, pulled by an engine that gleamed like black glass in the evening light. The logo on the side, an elegant ML wrapped in curling mist, seemed to shift and move as I looked at it. No, I thought, that's just the steam catching the light funny. A man in a crisp uniform approached me. Mr. Delaney, he asked, using the fake name I'd booked under. Welcome to the morning line. May I take your luggage? I handed him my suitcase, packed with everything I'd need: clothes, camera, voice recorder, and my gun hidden in a secret compartment. Mrs. Maris had booked me a first-class cabin. The ticket cost more than I made in a month. First time aboard? The porter asked as he led me down the platform. That obvious? He smiled. Most first-timers get this look, like they're stepping back in time. He wasn't wrong. Boarding that train felt like walking into 1930. The corridor was lined with dark wood paneling. Brass fixtures gleamed everywhere. The carpet was thick and plush under my feet. Even the air smelled different, like polish and old leather and something else I couldn't place. My cabin was bigger than my first apartment. The bed had actual silk sheets. There was a little writing desk, a private bathroom with marble fixtures, and a window with heavy velvet curtains. Dinner is served at 8 in the dining car, the porter said. Formal attire is encouraged. After he left, I sat on the bed and felt the gentle sway as the train started moving. Through my window, San Francisco began sliding away. The city lights twinkled, then faded as we headed north. I wasn't here for the view. I pulled out the file Mrs. Maris had given me. Evangeline's photo showed a pretty young woman with dark hair and serious eyes. According to her mother, she was smart, cautious, and had no reason to disappear on her own. She was engaged to Timothy Blackwood, heir to a tech fortune. They were planning a spring wedding. At 8 o'clock, I put on my only good suit and headed to the dining car. The car took my breath away. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, swaying gently with the train's movement. The tables were set with real silver and bone china. A quartet played soft jazz in the corner. The other passengers were dressed like they were going to a fancy ball. I was seated at a small table with an older couple and a woman about my age. The couple introduced themselves as the Hendersons. The woman said her name was Claire. "Is it that obvious?" I asked for the second time that night. He chuckled. "You keep looking around like you're trying to memorize everything." "It's certainly worth looking at," I said, "though the name is a bit unusual for a luxury train." The table got quiet. Too quiet. "They say it's named for the view," Claire finally said, "the way the fog looks like morning veils on the mountains." "Sure," Mrs. Henderson said quickly. "That must be it." Something passed between them. A look. The kind people share when they're not saying what they're really thinking. "Have you heard anything else about the name?" I asked casually. Mr. Henderson opened his mouth, but his wife touched his hand. "Dear, your soup will get cold." I let it drop for now. Throughout dinner, I kept the conversation light while watching the other passengers. Most seemed like ordinary rich folks enjoying a luxury trip. But the staff caught my attention. They moved efficiently, professionally, but I noticed how they avoided certain areas of the car, how their eyes darted to the windows whenever we passed through a tunnel. After dinner, I wandered the train. The lounge car was filled with passengers drinking and laughing. The observation car at the rear had huge windows showing the moonlit landscape rushing by. Everything seemed normal. Too normal, maybe. Back in my cabin, I checked my phone. No signal. The brochure had mentioned this as a feature, not a bug. Disconnect from the modern world, it promised. Great for a vacation. Not so great for a detective who might need help. I was making notes when someone knocked on my door. It was Claire from dinner. "Sorry to bother you," she said, "but I thought you should have this." She handed me a small book. "It's about the train, the real history, not the shiny version they tell tourists." Before I could ask what she meant, she hurried away down the corridor. The book was small and worn, self-published by the looks of it. The truth behind the morning line was printed on the cover. The author was listed as anonymous. I read until my eyes burned. The book claimed the original morning line ran this same route in the 1920s. According to the author, the train had been plagued by strange events. Passengers reported seeing people who weren't there, cold spots, items moving on their own. In 1927, an entire sleeping car supposedly vanished between stops. All 12 passengers aboard were never seen again. The modern company, of course, denied any connection to the original train. They claimed the name and route were simply a homage to the golden age of rail travel. I put the book aside. Ghost stories weren't my thing. I dealt in facts, evidence, things I could see and touch. If Evangeline Maris was missing, it wasn't because of ghosts. Sleep came slowly that night. The rhythm of the train usually puts me right out, but something kept me awake. Maybe it was the case. Maybe it was the unfamiliar bed, or maybe it was the sound I kept hearing, a soft tapping, like fingernails on glass. I checked my window. Nothing there but darkness rushing past. When I finally dozed off, I dreamed of a woman. She stood at the foot of my bed, wearing clothes from another time. A black dress that reached the floor, a veil covering her face. She didn't speak or move, just stood there watching me through that veil. I woke with a start at exactly 2:07 a.m. The digital clock by my bed glowed red in the darkness. My heart was pounding like I'd been running. The cabin felt ice cold. That's when I saw her. Not a dream this time. She stood in the corner of my cabin. The lady in the black dress, the veil hiding her face. She was so still she might have been a statue. I reached for the light. My fingers fumbled, found the switch. Light filled the room. The corner was empty. I got up, checked the door. Locked from the inside, just as I'd left it. The bathroom was empty. I was alone. Just a dream, I told myself. A weird, vivid dream brought on by that stupid book. But when I climbed back in bed, the sheets where she'd stood were cold. Not cool, cold. Like they'd been packed in ice. Morning came with sunshine streaming through my window. The dining car served breakfast on china plates. Everything seemed perfectly normal in the daylight. I felt kind of silly for getting spooked the night before. I spent the day doing what detectives do, watching and asking careful questions. I learned the train had 14 passenger cabins spread across 3 sleeping cars. I checked the manifest the porter had carelessly left visible at his station. Cabin 17B was where Evangeline had stayed. After lunch, I made my way to the sleeping car where Evangeline had disappeared from. The corridor was empty. I counted doors. 15, 16, 17A, and then 18. There was no 17B. I stood there, confused. The manifest clearly listed 17B. I checked both sides of the corridor. Nothing. Back at the porter's station, I casually mentioned I was interested in booking the same trip for my sister in the future, and she had specifically asked about cabin 17B. The porter's face changed. Just for a second. A flash of something like fear. "I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir," he said. "There is no cabin 17B on the morning line. Never has been." He was lying. But why lie about a cabin number? I needed to check out that missing space. That night, after most passengers had gone to bed, I took out a small measuring tape. Working carefully, I measured the distance between cabins. Each regular cabin was approximately 15 feet wide, but the space between 17A and 18 was 25 feet, 10 feet unaccounted for. There was hidden space on this train, a hidden room. I tapped the wall where 17B should have been. It sounded hollow, metal, not wood like the rest of the paneling. Interesting. "What are you doing?" I nearly jumped out of my skin. Claire stood behind me, her face pale in the dim corridor light. "Just stretching my legs," I said. "Trouble sleeping." "You shouldn't be here," she whispered. "Not at night. Not in this car." "Why not?" She glanced nervously down the corridor. "People see things in this car, at night." "What kind of things?" "Her," Claire said simply. "The lady in black. They say she's looking for something she lost. Or someone." Before I could ask more, a door opened further down. A train attendant stepped out. Claire hurried away like she was scared to be seen talking to me. The next day, I noticed Claire wasn't at breakfast. Or lunch. When I asked about her, the staff said she'd gotten off at the last stop. Decided to end her trip early. Left in quite a hurry, they said. I didn't believe it for a second. That afternoon, I managed to chat up one of the bartenders. After a generous tip, he loosened up. I asked about the train's history, the ghost stories. He laughed it off at first, but when I mentioned the lady in black, his smile faltered. "Look, man," he said, lowering his voice. "It's just stories to give the passengers a little thrill. Management doesn't like us talking about it. But you've heard things?" He glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "Some of the staff won't go to the rear cars alone at night. Say it gets cold suddenly, electronics mess up. And yeah, some say they've seen her. A woman in an old-fashioned black dress?" He nodded. "With a veil. Can't see her face." That night at dinner, I sat with a new group. The conversation eventually turned to the train's name. "I heard it was because of a tragedy," a woman in diamonds said. "Something that happened on the original line." "Oh, don't start with the ghost stories," her husband said. "You'll scare Mr. Delaney here." I played along. "I love a good ghost story. What happened on the original line?" The woman leaned in. "They say a bride was traveling to her wedding, but there was an accident. The rear car broke off and plunged into a gorge. She died, along with everyone in that car. Now her ghost walks the train, looking for her groom." "That's not the story I heard," another passenger said. "I heard it was a mother looking for her lost child." The stories continued, each one different. A jilted lover, a murdered conductor, a passenger who vanished between stops. After dinner, I spotted the conductor and decided on a direct approach. "Fascinating train," I said. "Especially cabin 17B. Or should I say the space where 17B should be?" His professional smile never wavered. "I'm afraid I don't follow, sir. There's 10 feet of hidden space in this train. I measured it myself." "Perhaps your measurements were off. These old trains can be quite irregular." "Where's Claire?" I asked, changing tactics. The woman who sat at my table last night. Staff says she got off at the last stop, but she left all her things behind, including a book she loaned me. Something hard flashed in his eyes. I'm not sure what you're implying, sir, but I assure you all passengers are accounted for. Like Evangeline Maris was accounted for? I watched his reaction carefully. He didn't even blink. I'm not familiar with that name. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have duties to attend to. He was good, but I was better. That night, I waited until 2 a.m. The witching hour on this haunted train seemed to be 2:07, if my experience was any indication. I positioned myself in the corridor near where 17B should have been. At exactly 2:07, the lights flickered. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath, and there she was at the end of the corridor, the lady in black. Her dress dragged on the carpet as she moved toward me. No footsteps, just the rustle of fabric. The veil hid her face completely. I stood my ground as she approached. "Who are you?" I asked. "What do you want?" She stopped a few feet away. Slowly, she raised a hand and pointed at the wall beside me, where 17B should have been. Then the lights went out completely. When they came back on seconds later, she was gone. But something had changed. The wall panel where she'd pointed was now slightly ajar, just the tiniest crack. Heart pounding, I pushed on the panel. It swung inward silently, revealing a hidden door. Beyond was darkness. I took out my small flashlight and stepped inside. The hidden room was like a backstage area for a theater production. There were costumes hanging on racks, including several black period dresses with veils. Audio equipment was stacked in one corner. A projector was mounted on a tripod, pointed at what looked like a two-way mirror facing the corridor. This wasn't a haunting. It was an elaborate show. I checked the equipment. Modern, expensive. This wasn't some ghost train gimmick for the tourists. This was serious technology, hidden away where passengers would never find it. A notebook lay open on a small table. Inside were notes on the passengers, their cabin numbers, routines, whether they traveled alone. Some names had stars next to them. Evangeline's name had a star. So did Claire's. And so did mine. They knew who I was. They'd known all along. I heard a noise behind me. Before I could turn, something hard hit the back of my head. The world went black. I woke up with my head pounding. I was still in the hidden room, but I wasn't alone. A man in a conductor's uniform stood over me. Not the conductor I'd talked to, another one. "You should have minded your own business, Mr. Voss," he said. Or should I say, Detective Voss. I tried to move. My hands were tied behind my back. My feet were bound too. "Where's Evangeline Maris?" I managed to ask through a dry throat. He smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Where all our special guests go, to the station beyond." What does that mean? It means some passengers never reach their destination, at least not the one on their ticket. Another man entered the room, the porter who'd first welcomed me aboard. "Everything's ready," he told the conductor. "We're approaching Tunnel 7. The conductor nodded. "Perfect. No one will hear the door open." Cold fear washed over me. I suddenly understood what happened to passengers with stars next to their names. "You're going to throw me off the train," I said. The conductor laughed. "Not exactly. That would be messy and leave evidence. No, detective. You're going to transfer to another train, one that makes different stops. I needed to keep them talking. Buy time." "Why? What's the point of all this?" "Money, of course," the porter said. "Some of our passengers are worth more elsewhere. Pretty young heiresses like Miss Maris fetch quite a price." "Human trafficking," I said, disgusted. "You're using this luxury train as a cover to kidnap wealthy women." "Among others," the conductor said. "The rich don't just pay for goods. They pay for experiences, too. Some pay enormous sums to hunt human prey on private islands. Others have more intimate interests." I felt sick. "And the ghost stories? The lady in black?" "Misdirection," the porter explained. "Keep the passengers focused on ghost stories, and they don't notice the real dangers. Plus, it gives us cover for any unusual sounds or sights." The train began to slow. "Ah," said the conductor. "Right on schedule. Tunnel 7. I struggled against my bonds. They were tight, but the knot on my wrists gave a little. "Don't bother," the porter said. "Even if you got free, where would you go? We're in the middle of nowhere." The train entered the tunnel. Darkness filled the windows. The sound changed, became a hollow roar as we were surrounded by rock. The conductor opened a panel in the floor. Below, I could see tracks rushing by. "A shame to lose a paying customer," he said. "But some passengers are more trouble than they're worth." They lifted me, carried me toward the opening. I fought, but it was useless with my limbs bound. Then something strange happened. The lights in the room flickered. The temperature plunged. The two men froze. At the doorway to the hidden room stood a figure in black. The veil. The dress. Just like I'd seen before. "What the hell?" the porter whispered. "That's not possible. The equipment is off." The figure moved into the room. Slowly. Silently. "It's a trick," the conductor snapped. "Someone else is operating the projector." But I could see his face. He was terrified. The lady in black raised her arms. The veil moved, as if caught in a wind that wasn't there. And then she lifted it. I won't describe what was beneath that veil. I can't. Some things the human mind refuses to put into words. But the men who saw it screamed. Not short screams of surprise. Long, terrible screams of men facing something their minds couldn't process. They dropped me. I hit the floor hard. The porter ran, pushing past the figure, howling as he fled down the corridor. The conductor wasn't as lucky. As I worked my bonds loose, I saw the lady in black reach for him. Her hand passed through his chest like smoke. He gasped, clutched his heart, and collapsed. Then she turned to me. I closed my eyes, certain I was next. I felt cold brush my skin. A whisper in my ear so faint I almost missed it. 17B. When I opened my eyes, she was gone. The conductor lay on the floor, not moving. The porter's screams echoed from somewhere distant on the train. I freed myself completely and checked the conductor. He was dead. Heart attack, it looked like. The train was coming out of the tunnel. I had to move fast. My gun was gone, but I took the conductor's passkey. I needed to find cabin 17B, the real one. The lady in black had told me that for a reason. The train was in chaos. Passengers peeked out of their cabins, asking what the screaming was about. Staff ran back and forth. I slipped through the confusion, using the conductor's key to open doors the passengers couldn't access. In the baggage car, I found another hidden door. Beyond was a modified cargo space. And there, in makeshift cells, were 3 women. One was Claire, one I didn't recognize, and one was Evangeline Maris. They were drugged, but alive. I freed them, helped them into the main part of the train. By then, the screaming porter had alerted everyone that something was very wrong. The train was forced to make an emergency stop at the next station. Police were waiting. The porter tried to run but was caught. Searching the train, they found the hidden room, the equipment used to create the ghost effects, and records of at least 20 other passengers who had transferred over the past 2 years. I gave my statement, described everything. Well, almost everything. I left out the part where the lady in black showed me where to find the women. I left out what happened to the conductor. Some things you just can't explain to the police without sounding crazy. 3 days later, I was back in my office in San Francisco. The case had made national news. The morning line was shut down pending investigation. The company's executives were being questioned about how much they knew. Evangeline Maris and the other women were safe with their families. Mrs. Maris had sent a check that would keep my agency running for a year. Everything was back to normal, except I couldn't sleep. Every night at 2:07, I woke up cold, thinking about that whisper in my ear, thinking about what I'd seen beneath the veil. A week after I got back, a package arrived at my office. No return address. Inside was a small yellowed photograph from the 1920s. It showed the original morning line train, and its staff posed in front of it. And there, standing slightly apart from the others, was a woman in a black dress and veil. I turned the photo over. Written on the back in faded ink was a message. Not all passengers reach their destination. Not all journeys end. Sometimes at night, when it's quiet and dark, I think I hear it. The distant whistle of a train that isn't there. And I wonder about the conductor's words. The station beyond. I wonder where that other train goes. What its passengers see when they arrive. And I hope I never find out. No, not ever.